It's only 17th for him. Tony Arbolino was top 3 yesterday, 18th for him. And even Ortola, our most recent Moto2 Grand Prix winner, hits the head of the 6th row of the grid for the number 4. So work to do for the MT Helmets MSI squad down there in 16th place.
Yeah, even by Ortola's powers of recovery, we know are very, very good, because he recovered from a long lap penalty to win last time out. He'll struggle to come back from there. David Alonso looking to right the wrongs of the final lap in Brno, as he takes a second consecutive pole. Ferrandis and Guevara for Pramac, second and third. What a session for them. Munoz fourth ahead of Holgado and Vietti, who came through Q1. Aegis and Gonzalez, surprisingly, down on row 3 for the Untitled GP squad. A switch 9 from Roberts, Salach and Furasato. Fuertes, Van den Goldberg and Vaya, a Dutch flavour to the 5th row. Ortola, Canet and Arbolino will make up row 6. Eliminating Q1 were Paquera, Sonchu, Rueda, Sasaki, Lunetta, Zuratuza, Garcia, Ralston, Pavelec and Jorge Navarro, who trashed his Fanta Cadillacs with a crash at Ramshoek. The back-to-back poles in Moto2 for David Alonso. Is that going to be the first of a sporting double for Colombia today? Alonso on pole in Moto2 will begin our build-up to the Tissot sprint in just a moment.
As MotoGP powers to the halfway stage of the marathon season, it's time for sprint action in legendary TT Circuit Assen. In a country famous for canals, windmills and art, the Netherlands has hosted racing at historic Assen for over 100 years. But for the first time in history, Aprilia has locked out the qualifying top 4. Can the Italian factory claim top spot in the sprint next live? It's time for MotoGP. TT Circuit Assen, 100 kilometres northeast of Amsterdam. What a venue, what a circuit, the most historic and iconic track on the Grand Prix calendar. 4.54 kilometres length, 2.822 miles. The shortest start-finish straight on the Grand Prix calendar, coming in at just 487 metres. Heartbreaking only to the first corner, tight through the street in turn 5, slowest corner on the circuit before you go for classic Assen. The track really does come into its own as you go through Stockendal turn 8, and the truly spectacular, the unrivaled final sector on that famous run to the Timmer chicane, turns 16, 17 and 18. Overtaking hotspots, for the plenty of them. Of course, the most famous of them all, it is into the final chicane. This was Marc Marquez on Pecco Bagnaia, the two-pack Ducatis, into 16 last year. What, 6 days ago now, over in the Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno, for the first time in 6 years, a Japanese rider started back to position. And for the first time in his top flight career was Ayagura, that briefly led the third away under early pressure immediately from the two factory Ducatis, the Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. Bagnaia struck early, this nice move, down in the turn 10, pushing Ayagura back into second place. His afternoon got slightly worse as Marc Marquez got through up the horsepower hill into turn 12. But this was the key move, 6 laps remaining. Marc Marquez setting himself up for back-to-back victory, decisive with Marquez, which has now made Marc Marquez a serious contender as he hunts down an 8th MotoGP World Championship title. He has had his struggles though so far here this weekend in a Grand Prix of the Netherlands, which has been the Aprilia show. Aprilia for the first time in their history, where we thought their lockout of the front row of the grid into their home crowd at the Italian Grand Prix Mugello just a few weeks ago was something special. Well, they have gone even better here this morning in a sensational Q2 session. Jorge Martin on pole position, the 2024 world champion for the first time on the factory in front of his first pole position since Australia Phillip Island all the way back in 2024. Just the 18th of Aprilia pole position. 4 of those have come this year. All Aprilia top 4. Joining Martin on the front row of the grid is Ayagura, back-to-back front row starts for the Japanese sensation, who really is starting to show some serious speed in time attack modes. And Marco Bezzecchi, back from his ban last weekend in Brno, who completes the front row of the grid in third, having topped all 3 practice sessions so far. Ralph Fernandez, well, he will complete that Aprilia lockout of the top 4 in 4th place. A second row of the grid, which also features 2 Italians, Pecco Bagnaia and Fabio Gian Antonio. 13 laps for them, coming in about 25 minutes time. They're coming in Matt Burt, Lewis in the comps box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. We're going to hear shortly from the KTM management about some ongoing technical issues for Pedro Acosta. The Ducati-bound Spanish star starts in the middle of row 3 in 8th place. 2 technical issues, yet more technical problems for KTM and their RC16. Acosta will be in between Marc Marquez and Fabio Quartararo in the 3rd row of the grid. Lewis, what can you say? I mean, this has been Aprilia's game. This has been Aprilia's show so far this weekend. They've locked out the top 4. It would be a major shock if we don't get a pair of all Aprilia podiums here this weekend now.
Yeah, it's the way it's looked from the very first lap of Friday morning when it looked like Marco Bezzecchi was going to be the leader of an all Aprilia front row. In the end, he was almost looking to be on it at all. Of course, with Ralph Fernandez losing his best lap for track limits, which would have put him on pole, and Bezzecchi at the head of row 2. If Aprilia stay out of their own way, it feels like the path is clear for them to take victory here this afternoon. But we have seen Aprilia trip over each other already this season. They know after the events of the last 2 Grand Prix weekends that this is a golden opportunity they cannot pass up.
Yes, absolutely. Second in the sprint last weekend. His first sprint podium went the way of Supercar Trackhouse Aprilia's Ayagura, back on the front row of the grid. This has been the tail of the tape so far for Agura this weekend in Assen. 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. You get the trend. Is he going to pick up the gold medal for the very first time? And now, I'm sure you've been aware that there's been some high-profile technical issues for Pedro Acosta over in Brno last weekend. More issues coming the way of the 22-year-old Spaniard this morning here in Assen. Let's get some immediate reaction from the KTM camp. The boss Acquaio joins Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody at home. As you guys rightly say, there are 2 more technical problems in this difficult period for KTM coming this morning after there's genuine concern with regards to the reliability of the RC16 at the moment. So have you managed to find some answers ahead of the sprint?
Oh yeah, of course, you know, MotoGP bike has many sensors to make bike work, and some of them also for safety reasons. And this morning, actually, when riders go over the curb, let's say they trigger for the emergency mode of the bike, and that was the stop of the bike. So there is nothing really wrong with the bike. Rider did everything correct, and but okay, we needed to react in the correct way, and now the problem is solved.
As we can see, it's just Pedro Acosta with those issues as a result of his aggressive riding style that these sensors will be triggered.
No, I would not say this. I would say that he has correct riding style and he's doing well, but okay. Sometimes you arrive for some limits, let's say for the values or whatever. For sure, better doing correctly and trying to do his best, but when you go over the curves, bike is moving, and okay, there was maybe some value which we never reached before, and unfortunately this morning we reached it. But now the problem is solved, and we go for the celebration.
Great news. As you can imagine, given what happened in Barcelona, some concern with regards to the safety, but both KTM, race direction, 100% happy that all 4 bikes are willing to participate for the range of the weekend.
Yes, I just want to underline that this was not interview about Barcelona problem. It was different problem, as I explained, but yeah, I will go for the celebration.
Have a great race.
Thanks,
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Red Bull KTM Factory Racing Bus Acquaio. So it's a positive aggression running over the curves in that final sector, on that fast run to the final sector, which is just triggering a sensor, which has caused the stoppages for Pedro Acosta. Confident that that issue has been solved, confident that they can have a solid sprint then coming up surely, but those issues really did hit Acosta hard in terms of his grid position. 8th from the middle of that 3rd row of the grid. At best, outside of the Aprilia Cup, at the front of the grid will be Pecco Bagnaia, who has tasted so much success down the years here at his beloved Assen. Moto3 winner, Moto2 winner, a triple MotoGP winner. This, though, took place for the first time.
You won't enjoy being considered a part of a second tier in MotoGP behind your peers, but that's ultimately what they've been so far this weekend. Bagnaia with a formidable Assen record, winner in 3 consecutive seasons, 22, 23 and 24. 2 of those were from pole position, winner in Moto2, winner in Moto3. So there's very little Pecco Bagnaia hasn't gone around this Assen circuit, but as mentioned, hasn't done so from off the front row of the grid. Ducati's 5th, 6th and 7th on the grid. Bagnaia, Gian Antonio and Marc Marquez. Surely their best opportunity to try and disrupt the Aprilias on the opening lap and make their life difficult.
Starting last in this sprint and last in tomorrow's Grand Prix will be the Turk top that Razgat. We've seen a lot of Turkish flags in the main grandstands opposite our commentary positions. They're not lacking support. His top flag, but it's his equal worst qualifying of his maiden campaign. We were due to have 23 runners and riders here this weekend. Unfortunately, Brazilian Ducati's turning Aldeguer. I'm sure you're aware of the news now. More bad news, unfortunately, for Aldeguer, who suffered a fracture to his left femur in early January. He was working his way back to his best form. Unfortunately, yesterday, another heavy crash for Aldeguer at 10:11. In practice, I saw him suffer a T7 vertebral fracture, which unfortunately is going to rule that out again in the remainder of this weekend's action, possibly the German Grand Prix at the Sachsenring in a couple of weeks' time. Speed of recovery for him, we'll love to see back in action very, very soon.
Good news for Racing fans if you were watching and seeing qualifying earlier on and might have been concerned by Alex Marquez not taking part in Q2. As you can see there, 4th bike coming through the picture. Alex Marquez resting in Q2 with a view to starting this afternoon's Tissot sprint, and does indeed start at the back of World 4.
Yeah, Miss Mugello, Miss Balaton and withdrew halfway through the Brno Grand Prix last weekend. A couple of spills so far this weekend for his 30-year-old. I suppose if you're looking for positives as far as Alex goes, I mean, it was a real crash he had on that acceleration point between turn 10 and 11. You can see that there, just up on the picture. That is where Alex tipped off previously in Ducati yesterday. There was no aggravation to the neck fracture he suffered in that scary incident in Catalonia a few weeks ago. No aggravation as well to the 4 fractures he suffered in the right collarbone. But it's a bit of a painful experience in the last couple of years, hasn't he? As Alex, he was out of the Grand Prix here last year and suffering a hand fracture after contact with Pedro Costa. I think Alex is going to be able to get through this one relatively unscathed.
7 days ago in the sprint in Brno, Marco Bezzecchi must have felt as if the sky was falling in on his World Championship Challenge. Came into it with a 20-point lead, lost a chunk of those points and lost his temper after crashing out, which led to that bang on the Sunday afternoon at Brno. He has an opportunity for a bit of redemption. Part 1 this afternoon, surely. Sprints have not been his strong point so far this season. He's crashed out of 4 of the 9 we've had so far this season. It would just be so MotoGP, wouldn't it? A week on from being banned after losing his temper in the spring for Marco Bezzecchi to open his sprint account for the first World of the season. That will be the target for the points leader today.
4 spring winners so far this season, 4 spring wins. The first of them was right here in Assen back in 2023 when he was on the independent team Ducati for VR46. Hasn't been victorious in a spring Saturday since the Australian Grand Prix in Phillip Island last year. He has thrown away a lot of points. The picture in terms of the top of the championship would look a lot healthier than 8 points coming into this chapter 10 of the campaign as the pick of Fabio for Gian Antonio. He's going to be at the back of that second row. We're doing 6th place. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on the starts here. And just for the first time, whole shot devices are no longer employed. They are no longer legal technology in the MotoGP World Championship. So for the first time in race action, they've had plenty of time to practice it for world best riders. But with whole shot devices banned from this Grand Prix of the Netherlands, you will not see anybody that is not allowed to, because they are now banned. It's restricted tech. It's going to be interesting to see who can manage that the best, who's going to get the drop on the field, who'll get the whole shot minus the whole shot device.
Who will get a little too much wheelie and drop back down to the grid. They won't have to worry of disengaging the whole shot device when they brake for turn 1, which should make that initial braking into the first corner a little bit safer and a little bit easier for the MotoGP riders. Jorge Martinez, he cruises round to the grid to pick up the Como gets set to pull into a position which he got very used to in his Ducati days, pole position on the MotoGP grid, but a brand new experience for the 2024 World Champion on board for Aprilia.
21st MotoGP pole position, his 42nd of his Grand Prix career. He's had to wait a long time for this initial one though, and Aprilia full of climbing all the way back in 2024. Feels like an awful long time ago, doesn't it? 19 comes to the front of the grid. He feels like, in terms of the race pace over the longer distance tomorrow, 26 laps, the Tissot Grand Prix of the Netherlands, his teammate Bezzecchi just does have the edge, just does have that slight upper hand. Some performance today by the 28-year-old Spaniard, because he had a real super fast this weekend. Assen got that crash yesterday. That does mean he remains the most prolific faller of the 2026 World Championship campaign. Fabio Di Antonio then, top Ducati in the championship, back in the second and sixth place. Starts have not really been his strength so far in 2026 with a whole shot device. I wonder what Fabio and the crew think about starting this sprint minus the whole shot device. Let's get some thoughts from the boss, Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, great to be joined by Pablo on the weekend. So far dominated by the Aprilias, with the Ducatis just behind. It's 4 Aprilias, then 3 Ducatis. Pablo, can you stop the Aprilias today? It feels like a big ask.
We'll have to try, no? But it's true that we can see that the performance of the bike here with the Aprilia is they're a little bit better than us, but you never know what happened during the race. So we'll have to try to make a very good start, try to stop them, and then we will see what happens.
You mentioned the starts, no front devices for the very first time. Is that going to change anything? Is that going to change tactically how Fabio approaches the first corner?
For us, could be a better solution, no? Because we heard in the past that it wasn't one of the best points that he has. So maybe this one is a little bit advantage for us. So we will try to make a little bit better, because always the first lap and the start from Villa are not so good. So we will see what happens.
Pablo, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Pablo Nieto. As you can see then, the graphic, old bar Cal Crutchlow who are missing his transformation. Every single rider starting with strict medium front software tyre. No great surprise to see that, Lewis.
Yeah, the tyres don't really fall off much, certainly the rear tyre doesn't fall off much. It's more of a front tyre dominant circuit, this TT circuit. Assen, we saw through practice, riders were continuing to set personal best lap times longer and longer into a run. So tyre wear shouldn't be an issue. That might be, but then once again with his scorching hot here in Assen, the air temperature last time we saw it was 34 degrees. The track temperature will be around about the 50 mark. 13 laps of the sprint coming up ahead of us, and a Yamaha lines up at the back of row 3 after more qualifying heroics earlier on for Fabio Quartararo. What can he do from there? Paolo Pavesio for Jack.
Yeah, Paolo Pavesio up at the front end of the grid for the first time in a few Grand Prix. It's been a very tough period, but I imagine that was a bit of a relief to see Fabio back in Q1 up here at the sharp end. What can he now do in the sprint?
Being realistic, I think if we can finish the race in the top 10 it will be a good result, but then finish the race, it is going to be a short and close race. So as always we try to do, as always he does, pushing at the limit.
Fabio's talent was obvious in qualifying. Do you think that Yamaha, being the top Japanese manufacturer, papers over the cracks ever so slightly?
I think this is not really the race we want to do. Of course, we're looking to the top, but we also need to be humble and to understand that the process we are in, just trying to work, and maybe also get some small satisfaction knowing that this is just the initial part of the journey.
Thanks, Paolo. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Yamaha boss Paolo Pavesio. That third row of the grid was a tasty one, isn't it? Led by reigning world champion Marc Marquez, the second time in red, and the second time with a factory Ducati rider. He's off the first 2 rows of the grid. The only time he's qualified lower on the factory business for the was at the Indonesian Grand Prix last year. He qualified 9th, and we know what followed thereafter when Mark had a season-ending shoulder injury. Pedro Acosta in 8th place, and Fabio Quartararo qualifying inside the top 10 for the 4th time so far in 2026.
There will be fireworks, that's for sure, from that third row of the grid. Here's a top back Rakatioku, who's flying on the very back of the grid in 22nd place. The only way is forward for him. So we have for factory Aprilia's first and third, for Trackhouse second and fourth, and potential victory challenge for both Aigura and Ralph Fernandez. Davide Brivio to Jack.
Davide, a brilliant Saturday morning for Trackhouse, for Aprilia as a whole, to have locked out the top 4 places. But as soon as we started focusing on the sprint, my mind went to that now famous quote from Paolo Bonora asking for total respect. When you've got all 4 riders at the front, does it make you excited or nervous in equal measure?
I think more excited because, I mean, it's great to see for Aprilia in front. I mean, it's nice to see because it means that Aprilia is doing a great job. A good job, of course. It's a big difference compare our race last year to the race this year, and this is shows how big step has been done in terms of development and improvement. So nice to see. And the race, I mean, it's the race. Whatever you have a Aprilia guy or Ducati guy or whatever, it's, you try to do your best. So of course you always hope that nothing happens, but. I mean, they all know, they all respect each other, but it's not that you respect only Aprilia rider, you have to respect everybody. And that is normal behavior that every rider has to have. So now it's for Aprilia, of course. Somehow, if something happens, it's a more glamour, but it could happen with any rider around. So, I mean, let's see what we can do. We try to do our best, and of course, starting in this position, you try to win a race. And hopefully, one of the Aprilia will win a race, and let's see, let's try.
I just in front of us here had a brilliant weekend in Brno last time out. How much do you think that experience is going to help him here?
Of course, every time you learn something, and of course the Brno race, the sprint and the main race on Sunday, I think taught him something, like maybe in terms of race strategy. I mean, the speed is not in discussion, but how you approach the race, maybe when you have to attack, when you have to wait, and whatever. And this is a learning process, and for sure, I believe he will use that experience and see if it will be useful.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Trackhouse Aprilia boss Davide Brivio. The last and only remaining Aprilia rider has not yet been the collector of a gold medal on this sprint Saturday. Nobody has more sprint medals than Jorge Martin, 18 golds, 34 in total. So good in this short Saturday format. It's that Jorge Martin. Well, perfect time to look at Pego Bagnaia. We know how strong he is in Assen Grand Prix. Can he get the job done against this quartet of super fast Aprilia? And Marc Marquez coming from the third row. That's going to fall to the Galley boss. Davide tied up to the jab.
Yeah, let's focus on Pego Bagnaia first, leading with a captive charge against the Aprilias. Can he get in on the act? Can he stop this Aprilia domination?
No, because we are aware about the situation, because we know that in a racetrack like here in Assen or in Silverstone, there is a bit of lack of weight, and they perform better than us in the situation. But anyway, you can't be really competitive every racetrack in 22 racetrack, and it's obvious that Aprilia did a fantastic job on the technical side, and they have 4 fast riders. So in a situation that we perform best.
On the other hand, for Mark, we spoke about it yesterday, but is this a weekend where he has to look big picture in terms of the championship, with the Saxon ring to come, with the summer break after that? Is this a weekend where seeing 2 checkered flags is the most important thing?
I think that the second flag, as you said, and collecting points, whatever they are, is the most important thing. We are still not yet in the middle of the season, so looking forward to collect points and maybe facing some good racetrack for us, like you mentioned, and we'll see.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to the Ducati boss Davide tied up seat. You just get the feeling from lap 1 here yesterday morning, Marc Marquez kind of felt like that there was just maybe a little bit too much risk to really go gung-ho, go all out attack. He knows, Davide Carlos just alluded to there, second half of the season. And there are some massive massive chances from Marc Marquez. Of course, that could be the German Grand Prix at the Saxon Ring, although he has cashed in on the sprint Saturday, hasn't it, the reigning world champion, despite the fact that he has crashed out of one sprint in Le Mans. He didn't obviously then take part in the couple in the sprint, but nobody so far this season has scored more tackles in the sprints than the factory at the Cathy Star. That just shows how good he has been actually on Saturday afternoons.
Marc Marquez has taken 3 sprint wins this season, as you saw there. Several riders have taken more sprint points this season, but Marco Bezzecchi, of course, the bulk of the points handed out on Sundays. Marco Bezzecchi has more important than Sunday victories than anyone else this season. But is there a bit of a mental sprint hurdle for Marco to climb here this afternoon?
Again, just getting some last minute instructions from Hisa, Pucci, Giovanni, Macarola. Let's just go back down to Jack Stoltlag, one of the hottest Grand Prix medals we've ever had in history. There's been a fair few of them. How we're looking at weather-wise, we've got the sense in the lunch break that maybe the wind was picking up ever so slightly.
Yeah, the good news is that it has clouded over ever so slightly, and those searing temperatures of yesterday aren't here on the grid, which is excellent news for all of us that want to see some kind of a race here, because there was a big fear yesterday that we were getting temperatures upwards of 35 to 6 degrees. So front tyre temperature was going to be such a key point. It was going to be very difficult to see too many moves happening in the latter stages of the race. But with this cloud cover, with this temperature dropping ever so slightly, I think that is definitely going to play into the hands of those that might not be able to get the start. There's an opportunity to attack here, hopefully.
Well, thanks very much, Jack. I think we're all enjoying these relatively slightly cool conditions, because it was a sauna here, it was an oven here in the northeast Netherlands yesterday. Ambient temperatures that were not shy, far too shy of 40 degrees. We just saw there Alex Marquez, second in the sprint he was here last year. That was, though, from the front row of the grid. He's got a harder challenge this afternoon to repeat that brilliance. I think the message from Brazilian Ducati is going to be for Alex. Keep it clean, stay out of trouble, make sure you see the checker flag. Just get some race mileage under his belt, which he's not had since that Catalan Grand Prix. Well, Aprilia have been so dominant. They've reigned supreme so far here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Top 4 on the grid for the first time in history. That's going to fall for Boss Paolo over Jack.
Yeah, we've now just less than 5 minutes to go before the warm-up lap gets underway, Paolo. Davide Tardozzi just saying there's going to be tracks this season where Ducati is strong, tracks where Aprilia are strong. This is clearly an Aprilia circuit. How important is it that you take full advantage of that?
It's very important. But to be honest, no expectation. We would like to get the feet on the ground. This is an unbelievable result. First, second, third, and fourth place in the grid. But each race could be different. It could be difficult. So keep focus on this spring. But to analyze the data also for tomorrow race, the longer one.
Is there any final words to Jorge and Marco?
No words is necessary. They know everything since 3 races ago. So it was enough, and they are so smart to understand.
Thanks, Paolo. Good luck.
Thanks.
There's been some spectacular self-sabotaging inside that factory Aprilia garage over the last couple of weeks. Aprilia have never won a Grand Prix here in Assen. They've never won a sprint. Ducati have been dominating the sprint format here since we had our first sprint on Vauxhall back in 2023. The 3 sprint wins, Marco Bezzecchi, Pecco Bagnaia, and most recently Marc Marquez. All of them, of course, riding Ducatis at that time.
Ducati have certainly wrestled the momentum away from Aprilia with 4 Grand Prix wins out of the last 6. They could potentially take the Constructors' Championship lead away from them as well over the course of this weekend. Babic Gianantonio, the leading Ducati rider in the championship, 23 points off the World Championship lead. Such a close, competitive championship with 53 points covering the top 7. Who will make their move as we close in on the summer break?
This weekend, Marco got second from his third time in the sprint and Grand Prix did not trouble the top scoring places. That's why he saw a big chunk of his advantage slashed in particular by Marc Marquez over the last couple of rounds or so. What was a very healthy 102-point lead he had over Marc at one stage, had shrunk down at 240. Here is your front row of the grid there. Not only an Aprilia front row lockout, but an Aprilia lockout of the top 4 places on the grid. Head of his 13-lap sprint here in the Netherlands. Third on the grid then is Marco Bezzecchi, still leading the world champs by 8 points. Back-to-back front row starts for our Brno pole sitter Ayagura, but for the first time since Phillip Island in 2024, first time on the factory Aprilia, leading away a record-breaking grid for the factory Aprilia squad. Roy Martin is your pole sitter in Assen. It has already been a sensational sprint Saturday for Aprilia, the Nawali factory, for the first time in their history. Now they locked out the front row of it for the second time in 4 rounds, but they occupy the top 4 place on the grid ahead of this 13-lap sprint coming your way in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. On pole position for the first time on the factory RSGP, a 2024 world champion Jorge Martin. He has won a sprint so far this year from 7th on the grid, driving his way through to win in Austin. He came even further back on the grid, 8th to win the sprint at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans with that mesmerising overtake around the outside of Marc Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia and Marco Bezzecchi into the first corner. One of the moves of the season so far. What moves though has the Martinator up his sleeve then in this upcoming sprint? But to keep in mind, no whole shot devices allowed for the first time since 2018, 2019, a significant key rule change coming into this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Roy Martin and Marc Marquez then tied on the all-time sprint wins list. 18 gold medals apiece. Pecco Bagnaia, 14 sprint wins, including his first of 2026 7 days ago in the Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno. Bagnaia best of the rest behind that quartet of super rapid Aprilias in Q2 this morning. Bagnaia, who set the 5th quickest time, as we said a few months ago, to cap. Going into Chapter 10, just 8 points splitting the factory of Achilles of Bezzecchi and Martin, 23 back of Bez. His fellow Italian Fabio Di Antonio, who remains at the top Ducati in the World Champion. That will stay the same in the material of what happens over the next 20 minutes or so here in front of packed grandstands at the TT Circuit Assen. The Cathedral of Speed is expectant. The Cathedral of Speed, the fans have come to worship at the Cathedral once again, worship the best riders in the world. Coming late to his place on the front row of the grid is Ayagura, the Japanese star. He will split the 2 factory Aprilias. Aprilia first, Aprilia second, Aprilia third, Aprilia 4th on the grid for the very first time in Grand Prix history. Keep an eye on these starts. It's really going to be a factor with the fan on the whole shot device. Probably Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha, who was due to start in 9th place. He's got on back on top of the wide starting one. We've got the green flag then that is clearing at the back. Quartararo is sorting himself out in P9. It's going to be lights out, and we're racing in the sprint here in Assen. A big wheel, a bit of a pop there on the front end of Pecco Bagnaia's factory Ducati, but again it's Ayagura that's got the drop on the 2 factory Ducatis. Look at Marc Marquez trying to squeeze in between Rafa Mendes and Marco Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez up from 7th to 5th. It's Ayagura that leads.
Yeah, and then we've got Gian Antonio running 6th. I think Quartararo just got a little bit stuck when he was trying to get into his grid position because someone was pulling into their box ahead of him, so I don't think he had any problems with his bike on the grid. Oh, there's a crash further back. Well, looked like for a Honda. I think it was Meerdan.
I think it was Duran Mir on the factory Honda. Bumping the Belgian, we go there. But Gian Antonio is Duran Mir on the first lap exit here for the factory Honda rider. Bridget got on the inside of Marc Marquez, picked the world champion. He in turn picks up Fabio Quartararo on the outside of first finishing. Martin's already got through on Aguirre. Martin then has wasted precious more time to hit the front. He's attacked Aguirre and he leads here.
And Clear have maintained their 1, 2, 3, 4 off the grid. Pedro Acosta is in 9th position, so he's dropped a place behind the fast starting Quartararo. Once he got his Yamaha sorted, he got it off the line pretty quick.
Oh, that second's made a real massive default. He got in there way too Fabio Di Gianantonio strikes through then. So the Aprilia top 4 is over. Di Gianantonio capitalising. What was a big mistake there from Bez. He's dropped his percussion the 2 back to the captains now.
Sprints just aren't his forte at the moment, are they? Down to 5th place, and as it stands, is already a second behind Jorge Martin, who leads the sprint. Of course, could take a huge bite out of that 8-point World Championship lead.
It could be our all-time record winner in the sprint formats. As we mentioned, 3 races, 18 gold medals he shares with Marc Marquez. Perfect first lap then for Jorge Martin. Third of that, we've got Quartararo and Acosta having a good battle. That's for 8th place. Back end of the points going place. Acosta trying to line up a move on Quartararo into the first corner. He's got the inside line. There's nothing that the Frenchman can do about that. So now Acosta up into 8th.
Yeah, and soon will be another KTM tuning up behind Quartararo's Yamaha. That's Bastianini running in 10th place. We've got Barrera in 11th, so he's up a couple of places. Understandably, Alex Marquez a little cautious on the opening lap. He's down to 60.
Well, do that by Fernandez. Track out of 2 and track out of 3. Fernandez darting to the sideline in the first bit is through, but a little bit like what we saw last time out in Brno, not super aggressive. He got the great start in the Aguirre. Last weekend the Grand Prix of Czech, he dropped quickly behind the factory captains of Marquez and Bagnaia. He's been picked off early here by Martin and Fernandez. Fernandez felt like he had to get on with business there because you can see Martin trying to make a decisive break.
Oh, that's a KTM that's gone wide. Coming through turn 7. Looks like one of the tech rebikes, I think, that was wide. Or was it Acosta? It was Acosta. He's on right. He is doing Bastianini behind Quartararo. So I don't think that was a problem with the KTM. I think that was Acosta simply running wide through 7.
Yeah, and he lost 7th place and he was 8th. Having just got through on Quartararo, he's dropped back down to 15th place. He has immediately recovered 1 place back to the factory Yamaha of wins. So at the front there is Jorge Martin that leads. Got a dozen bike lengths back to the Mugello speaking up Raul Fernandez. Aguirre still there in 3rd place. Marquez back 2nd then. Was the only Aprilia that's lost places at the start of this race.
He hasn't shown any signs of gaining them since then, has he? Let's have a look back at the picture. Through the KTM, yeah, he's wide through 7 and ends up going off the double together. Very lucky he didn't drop the bike then, because he'd have been straight in front of a huge pack of riders. And has to be very careful that he slotted back into line very carefully.
He's superb medical skills there by Pedro Acosta. You know how he loves motocross. Well, he put all those skills to good use there. I think the rail's got to Quartararo further back. He hasn't been aware of them now into points going places. He's up into 9th.
Fernandez all over the race leader as Bagnaia now attacks Marc Marquez. Ducati versus Ducati at the front. Bagnaia on the inside there. But Marc Marquez is going to have to give that one up. So Pecca now up into 6th place. But Raul Fernandez has jumped straight onto the back of Jorge Martin. And it's all Aprilia back to the lead.
There's a mistake somewhere for Jorge Martin as Pecca Bagnaia goes charging him up through the finish line. Here is Martinez. We're all starting to hunt down the early sprint leader here. Marc Marquez then up into 6th place. And that's spelled a bit of trouble for the Aprilia directly ahead of us. Still Aprilia's 4 in the top 5 and in no immediate recovery for Marco Beck 2nd. He made that mistake on that one at default, which lost him that P4. He's been not able to get back in par with Bridget.
We're just needing to with Marc Marquez, even with his physical condition, even knowing that this is the strongest circuit, he was never going to take a backward step. A bold, brave move to retake Pecco Bagnaia down with an inch length.
Fernandez then, he has already 1 sprint win so far in 2026. Acosta still in 14th place further down the order. 2 factory Ducati once again going toe-to-toe. Fernandez gives a long way back into the timid chicane. He's just going to park it mid-corner. Di Gianantonio also comes short. Aguirre further down the field. So 2 key moves there into turn 16. The most significant was Raul Fernandez snatching the lead for Martin.
And Di Gianantonio then into 3rd. Bezzecchi still on the back of that leading 5, but unable to really do anything with it at the moment. 0.7 of a second covers the top 5, and it's Di Gianantonio on the road and fighting a lone fight for Ducati.
Fernandez did a real number on the field and in the Mugello sprint. Nobody got anywhere near laying a glove on the number 25. This is just a week after he thought he was going to be missing this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. A real nasty bout of appendicitis, which really did hurt his progress throughout that weekend in Brno. Well, no problemo right now for the Spaniard as he hits the front end for the first time in the sprint. Lap 4 of 13.
Bastianini on the KTM is still going with this. Posse, the Tiny bikes, as this time it's Bagnaia going wide through 7, not as wide as Acosta went earlier on. So we've got a leading group of 8 with Bastianini just the back of the picture. Morera also going with them. He's in the final points place.
Martin's gone the wrong way here. As Fabio Di Gianantonio off for second. The girl is now back in third place. So Fabio Di Gianantonio splits the track out of third. What's going on here with Jorge Martin, the early sprint leader, is dropping out of contention here. So Martin may be in the front running for the first couple of laps, but at the moment, he's going to be all on to hang on to this fourth place with Bezzecchi all over his rear tyre.
Must have made a mistake through his name because he was 3 tenths clear of Di Gianantonio. He's lost around half a second in that battle. He's trying to fight it back now up the inside of the chicane and back through on Ayagura. So it's track house at the moment. Don't look, a previous best better victory here. Bezzecchi now looking to try and finally get involved in this battle for the podium as he still sits fit.
Almost half a second. There's Agura. Instant payback here coming on Martin. He's nothing that Martin can do about that. He might get nudged out wide. That might open the door here for Bezzecchi going through turn 2. No, not quite. I mean, this is playing into hands, isn't it? This sort of melee for third, fourth, fifth, sixth respectively. Playing into hands of Fernandez and Di Gianantonio at the front here. They're out of the picture just going through turn 5.
Yeah, they're doing low to mid 32s. Martin did a 33.1 on the last lap, so let's make 10 to the second relative to the leader. And it must have been a mistake that took that group all over him. So the factory Italy is now in 4th and 5th, with the factory Ducati is right behind them.
42.7 on our last lap for Cresswell in 10th. That was actually quicker than Agura. He's currently in 3rd place. You can just see there Diego Morera, who's rounding out the point screen spots right now in 9th, a rather lonely 9th, although he's trying to get himself back into contention. Good moment there for Miguel Fernandez as he attacked up the turn 8 in second bar. That's going to light up the eyes of Di Gianantonio, who's still yet to win a sprint, isn't he? The Italian looking really, really good. He's Smith's 3rd place in the championship.
Yeah, it will be a major upset if Ducati end up winning this 2-3 sprint with what looked like a pretty benefit at the front of the grid. But Di Gianantonio looking very racing behind Ralph Fernandez. Agura settled himself back down now here in 3rd place, begins to go through the distance for himself and Martin and close back in on the top 2.
There's a move coming surely from Bastianini on Bagnaia. He's right in the rear tyre of his fellow Italian. The 2 former factory Ducati teammates having a bit of a slugfest further down the field. Agura now is the quickest rider on circuit with a 1:32.135. He's sort of been able to fend off the 2 factory Italians directly behind him. As it stands in terms of the championship, there will be 1 point going back in favour of Jorge Martin. That will come down to 7.
You can see the big winner would be Fabio Di Gianantonio from 23, I believe, to within 19 of the World Championship lead. So he shouldn't be sleeping, and Fabio Di Gianantonio is a genuine world title contender.
With Martin looking back to his factory of 22, Matty Jack Miller has entered the pit. That's just flagged up on our timing screens. So the Australian no look going for the Prima Yamaha rider 10 years, of course, right here in 2016, where Jack Miller had probably one of the best days of his Grand Prix career. I don't know if the rear light device was stuck down there, maybe was it, on that Prima Yamaha. Ralph Fernandez is though that still leads the sprint. Into the before we go, almost at the halfway stage, lap 6 of 13. Di Gianantonio still menacing there in 2nd place. Has not been able to race yet to show Fernandez his front tyre.
Gianantonio also did a 32.1 on the last lap, so they're by far away 2 fastest riders in factory load. 2nd and 3rd, Digia and Agura. Well, Ryan Paul going with the World Championship leader. He would retain the championship lead at the moment, but lose a point. He wants to try and gain a point. That was the incentive. But he can get through with Jorge Martin.
Didn't see this coming, did he? When Martin hit the front and already was from the first couple laps about a dozen bike lengths clear the chase back as he's quickly snapped sideways on the brakes into the Prima chicane, and that might just give him up that second of line coming out of the chicane. He has indeed, so they go side by side, the 2 factory Italians. That all happened, didn't it, as Martin just lets the brake off, drops across the nose of Marco Bezzecchi. That all happened with a sort of, but Martin's going to go fast into the chicane but slow out.
Was Bezzecchi a little bit timid there, or was Martin just banzaiing it on the brakes? Either way, it is still Martin ahead. Bezzecchi did his personal best, so did Martin. In fairness, there's now Bagnaia rather than defending for Bastianini once again. He's attacking Marquez. That's his 2nd crack at him into the struggle.
This time around he has made it work, so now the 63 takes 93, and that's for 6th place. Going to come Bastianini, maybe that being the KTM. Top KTM, isn't it, on the road? There's Anaya after the early drama for Pedro Acosta, who dropped back down a 15th place after his early scare at turn 9. Acosta recovered up into P12. Morera, He's just about holding the Fabio Porto. Alan Bez into 9. This time round he has made it work. As basically got late race day. After there's not a lot of loss, we need to get. These two, well, they were great rivals in Moto3 and in Moto2, and they are dishing some punishment out here between the two of them. Bezzecchi, come what may on that, but best to change direction through 10 and 11. Was going to find a way through a Martin. He ran him out to the curve, didn't he?
Bezzecchi had to do that. Martin, then up the inside, was always going to run wide, and Bezzecchi was always going to try and duck back underneath it and take the opportunity. A key move that for Marco Bezzecchi. Can he now chase down the top three?
Well, they have been told to race hard, but they've been told to race with respect. That was a real hard beat by Marco Bezzecchi. Now then, Paul Martin had all on here to fend off the two factory Ducati directly behind him. Well, Martin was in the 33s after that square with Bezzecchi. He was 6'10" for the second slow. That's how much that battle, that inter-team battle, Costa, Jorge Martin, Jordan Herrera. It was 1.2 seconds clear of Fattararo in 9th place, but the Frenchman has jumped all over the rear tyre of the rookie. So I don't know whether there's a little fading grip or whether Herrera has just made a mistake a couple of laps ago, but it's game on for 9th now.
Yeah, that was the final one centre points. Costa is also turning that factor. If you look at this from that earlier moment when he ran up track at turn 7, it cost an Alec into 11th place, and he's also lapping in the 132. Similar pace to the riders that we're currently watching. This battle for the top 3. Ralph Fernandez is leading at 4/10 of a second. Didier in turn is 3/10 clear of Igor. We'll keep a very close eye on the second time to see if Bezzecchi can start to close in on the 3 riders watching. They're currently battling for the podium spots.
Antonio just has not been able to get close, hasn't he, with Fernandez at all. And now for Gian Antonio, and he's in that track house of Puglia Sandwich, and he's not a given this. He's going to hang on to second place and deny the American team a fairy tale, a dream 1-2 here in the sprint. Fernandez, as he did in Mugello just a few weeks ago in the Saturday sprint, just looked at another level. He just looked so confident, so cool at the front. But then Antonio, you know, he's just going to take some of the breaks in the today for Agura to attack him. About to complete lap 8 of 13. Yeah, Fernandez, you just got a sense visually he started to make a key break. He's just set his best lap of that sprint to 1:32.149. First time in the sprint then. The advantage at the front is over half a second.
And Bezzecchi at the moment does not have the pace to chase them down. Does he have the appetite to chase them down, or has he recognised that perhaps his battle has already been fought in this to get ahead of his team?
Because having been buffed up by Bezzecchi on the previous lap, he's just put in his best lap of the sprint so far as well, down to 1:32.367. As he looks to inflict some retaliation on his factory Apollo colleague. Agura once again just all over the rear tyre of Gian Antonio without being close enough to strike. So too Bastianini as Marc Marquez is struggling to go with Bagnaia here.
And it very much looks as if Gian Antonio is thinking about defence rather than attack now at this stage. Ralph Fernandez lead up to 7/10 of a second, and the danger here for Didier is that he won't just drop behind or drop towards Agura, but potentially towards Marco Bezzecchi too. Still 4 laps to go when they complete this current lap.
6 days ago in the Grand Prix of Czechia, Ralph Fernandez spent every single corner of every single lap feeling like he was going to vomit inside his helmet. He was so ill, so sick from that out of the penny cyclist. He's on course here to go from his hospital bed to the top third of the podium. We're going to have a track out 1-2 very, very shortly. That's beautiful by Agura, so clinical on the inside. Digi on the brakes in the turn 16. Is Digi going to get him on the squirt out of that final corner? No, he's not close enough. Agura too strong on the brakes. The textbook attack into the timber chicane by Agura. It is fairy tale stuff this for track out of 2. They do have a 1-2 here in the Assen sprint.
Yep, certainly a 1-2 now for the track out of Pullias, and Gian Antonio not helped of course by that move from Agura. Did a 32.8 on the last lap, 6/10 slower than Bezzecchi, who's going to be his next problem, who's a second behind in 4th place. So Gian Antonio, I think now he has to just try and batten down the hatches and try and safeguard a bronze medal.
3.5 to go. Has Agura got anything for Fernandez late on here? The gap between the two of them is 1.2 seconds. Here is Marc Marquez. It always felt like coming in this Assen Grand Prix weekend, it was going to be more defence rather than attack, more Mugello rather than his brilliance in Balaton and in Brno most recently. can't relax her at all here, can he, Mark? He's been pushed all the way for the 7th place by Bastianini. Pedro Acosta finally has got through. It's been some recovery by Acosta, the fair, took after his first back mistake. Acosta now back through on Moreira and Quattararo up into 9th spot.
Already on this lap, Marco Bezzecchi has taken 4/10 of a second out of the riders immediately ahead of him. He's now to within 7/10 of 3rd place and a potential bronze medal, so he could get still having a brilliant lockout of the sprint podium. To Antonio has also now been given a track limits warning, something to occupy his mind in the final 3 laps.
Not get close. You say this sort of way, it's one thing to hit the real tired Mark Marquez, there's another two actually passing. Bezzecchi has found some serious late sprint speed here. He just pinned in the fastest lap of the sprint, 1:32.021. Fernandez and Agura also at their pace, but they've broken Bridges. Bridges in trouble here. He's in the clinging on for that bronze medal. We could have a pretty lockout of the podium once again because Fabio Di Antonio lost 4/10 of a second to Fernandez, Agura and Perez.
Back to the Diablo on the inside, though the gap closed on you very, very quickly there. You changed direction from the right to the left. Big time driven in back folding up to launch at the inside of Marc Marquez. From there, this is for 7th and 8th place. So as it stands, Marc Marquez with salvage just 3 points from this Tissot sprint.
We just know where Mark's risking reward ratio is sitting right now. I think we would have offered him a sort of a top 6, close to the top 6 in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. You'd have said, yeah, thank you very much. I'll pack it and move on, come back stronger to one of his big strongholds, of course, in the factory in Germany in a couple of weeks' time. Gian Antonio there, he's just about keeping this gap between himself and Bez to just over half a second. His second just going to run out of time. We're coming into this 4th sector where the Aprilias have reigned supreme. The Aprilias have been untouchable, particularly through this fast left-hander of turn 15. It's to go a girl, so he's making up all of his time, but the long fast corners really favouring the agility and the manoeuvrability of that Aprilia RSGT. Really good final chicane we go then for Raul Fernandez. He's going to be about a second clear of Agura. 2 laps to go, and Agura has just put in the fastest lap of the sprint, 1:22.003. The gap down to 8/10 of a second. We might have a track out of Aprilia 1-2, but it might be Agura Fernandez.
Yeah, and I thought for 3/4 of that lap that Ralph Fernandez was doing a pretty good job of managing that lead, and then Agura just exploded in that final sector, setting the fastest lap of the sprint at 32.0 to close right in. Gian Antonio actually did up his pace at 32.2 for him, so he matched Bezzecchi and kept the World Championship leader at around a half second behind him.
32.4 for Marc Marquez with some lap time as well to keep Bastianini at bay, and that was on a tension with Ralph Fernandez, the sprint leader. Jorge Martin has not been his sprint at all, has he? We didn't see this one coming. As Frankie Morbidelli weekend go from bad to worse, and that's a big one. Turn 4 was caught out Frankie, who has a 3-place grid penalty coming his way in tomorrow's Grand Prix the Netherlands. As we pick up Ralph Fernandez then, right at the top end of the circuit, goes through 9, De Bolt now through the double right-hander at 10 and 11, all about building speed, building momentum into the super fast final sector.
Well, Martin starts quite a rear guard action here, isn't he? He's fading big time, and I'll have to say we were 32.8 on the last lap. Van Ryan, Marc Marquez and Bastianini have now jumped right onto the back of the 89, who's done a real job on just to hold on to 5th place.
Acosta looks like he's got 9th covered off. There's about 3/4 of a second clear of Quattararo, Moreira and a rather lonely 11. Morbidelli's exit has pushed Luca Marini up into 12th place. Alex Marquez, to his credit, has done a really good job, of course. Missed this morning's qualifying. He's running in 13th spot. 7/10 is the gap between Ralph Fernandez and Agura. Are they late fireworks coming from the Japanese star? This could be an unforgettable day. The best day surely ever for track out Aprilia as Justin Marks' American crew are on course for a sprint 1-2.
Just important for Ralph Fernandez to make no mistakes on this final lap, and even by Agura's incredible late race pace, it would take something incredible for him to chase down Fernandez from there, unless Fernandez coughs up a mistake on this final lap of the sprint.
Yeah, the factory Aprillia's been. The factory Aprillia's are getting their noses footed here, aren't they, by the track out duo. Fernandez and Agura on course for a 1-2, Bezzecchi and Martin in 4th and 5th respectively. I don't think any of us saw that one coming when the two factory Aprilia go darted away from the front of the grid. Martin for his first ever Aprilia pole position, fighting tooth and nail here to cling on to this 5th.
Yeah, it's far from a guaranteed 4th and 5th at this stage. Bezzecchi not making any inroads at the moment on Fabio Gian Antonio, who looks like he's locked in for a bronze medal. The best of the rest were getting the Aprilia victory we expected in this Tissot sprint, but it's the one who started 4th who's going to emerge in front.
Yeah, that historic first all top 4 in qualifying for Aprilia, and the rider that started for is going to win. Oh, here comes Bagnaia. He's going to try and send it on the inside of Martin. He's going to go wide. Is he going through that final corner? Into the chicane we go, though. This is dreamland, isn't it? A four track out of Aprilia through the final corner. It's Ralph Hernandez who wins the sprint here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands. That's 2 sprint wins in the last 4 rounds for Ralph Hernandez. From his hospital bed last weekend in Renault to a gold medal on the top double podium here in the Assen Sprint. He takes the checker flag just over 3.5 tenths clear of Ayagura. What a day for the American team, as Ralph Hernandez and Ayagura take an historic 1-2. Fabio Di Gianantonio does break up and gate crash the Aprilia party. He takes 3rd place, another sprint podium for Fabio Di Gianantonio. That's his 4th of 2026. Bezzecchi, Antonelli in 4th place. Jorge Martin, disappointing, you have to say. From pole position to 5th. Points for Bagnaia, who tried so desperately to take that 5th for Martin on the last lap, and without success. Marc Marquez 7th. He does hold off Bastianini. The final points for place does go to Pedro Acosta, who on the first lap dropped all the way back down to 15th place. That was a heck of a recovery by the Spanish rider. Super file track out with a super sprint Saturday then here in Assen, their first ever 1-2 in a sprint race. 2 sprint wins in the last 4 then now for Ralph Hernandez. What a week he has had. At 1.3 below last weekend, he wasn't sure that he was going to be participating in this Grand Prix of the Netherlands. Participating in it, he just won the sprint.
Yep, he was the rider starting at the back of that quartet of Aprilia's at the start.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe. No, it's fantastic from both of them. And as usual, I think at the end he had something in mind, but Raul did great. I was so disappointed this morning about their pole position. We say stay calm. You can do. You have a pace. Just concentrate on the race. And yeah, fantastic. I mean, to see Krakowski first and second. I mean, what can we ask for? I mean, no, it's a great satisfaction. Thanks, of course, to all Trackhouse people, the team, Justin back in US, and all Trackhouse. I mean, I can't believe it's a dream here.
Congratulate Team tomorrow. That was Pablo Nieto diving in, just saying, we'll have our chance tomorrow.
Well, we'll certainly be hoping so, won't it? That was some late attack between Martin and Bagnaia. I don't know if Bagnaia was on the green. What I think so.
For that.
Yeah, he was on the green. It looked like he was on the green there, which would mean that he will be robbed of this play. In emphatic fashion. Absolutely brilliant by Ralph Hernandez. It does look like he is going to keep his seat in Trackhouse Aprilia next year, which wasn't some threat. It wasn't some big jeopardy, wasn't it, in the early part of the season? But they are the kind of performances that will keep Ralph Hernandez on RSGP next year. No medals, and you have to say, a little bit disappointing from the factory Aprilia's. Completely outperformed, outfoxed, outraced by Ralph Hernandez and Ayagura. Marco Bezzecchi just over 2 seconds off the gold medal winning position. Jorge Martin, who had his dramas with Bez in the latter stages of that sprint, well, he's almost 5 seconds back of the race winner. Didn't see that coming at all, and what led to the first couple laps, Jorge Martin. Normally, Lewis, when he does that, well, he's so good at managing the sprint from the front, but once he got picked off by Fernandez and Aguirre in particular, Gian Antonio got him as well. He was never able to get himself anywhere near back into the medal battle.
No, we saw that position progression, as we call it. It was regression for Jorge Martin today, and I noticed it as soon as he crossed the line and pulled right at turn 1. There was a big shake of the head from Jorge Martin after the sprint start he got and taking pole this morning. He would have expected a heck of a lot better than that.
It was all smiles this morning when he turned to his 21st pole position in MotoGP, his first on the factory Aprilia. So 5th place will be a little bit disappointing. He starts to explain the reasons why he did drop 4 places from pole to 5th to crew chief Daniele Romagnoli. But a bit of work to do for the factory Aprilia's, because Trackhouse have just torn up Assen. That was phenomenal. Absolutely awesome performance by Fernandez. What a ride. 2 sprint wins in the last 4. Aprilia, and that's not been an easy task here this weekend because there's been so many star performers for Aprilia. I'm sure somewhere back over in the United States of America, boss Justin Marks is tuning in to watch that sprint. I don't think has he got any fingernails left? Is it a NASCAR event in California? So
Early in the morning,
I was going to say, well, he's California dreaming. He'll be pinching himself because that was a dream come true result, isn't it, for Trackhouse Aprilia. Ralph Hernandez first, Ayagura second, high fives all round for the American team. Justin Marks, no fingernails left. I'm sure he's been on the edge of his seat watching that battle. It's unfortunately Dragneer, well, he was out on the very first lap, wasn't he?
Side here as we come round turn 3, the pressure on his own ears. The rear comes round, he's trying to go around the outside there, of Pecco Bagnaia, so near sprint, ending up between corners, unfortunately, all his own doing.
That just to try and throttle up a little bit too much lean angle as well. And that was unfortunately a combination of work for the factory on the Dragneer than an early faller. So Fabio Di Gianantonio is the only rider who really stuck his nose into that Aprilia fight to the front. Third in the sprint here in Assen, he's with Jack.
Fabio, what a brilliant performance. It's been a weekend dominated by Aprilia so far, so to be right in the middle of that fight for victory, to hold off the World Championship leader in those final laps, I'm sure that's a result you're absolutely delighted with.
We know that here Aprilia are doing an amazing job. They are going so fast, so at the moment we are trying to maximize the damage, minimize the damage. So yeah, the focus was to start well and try to be with them at the beginning. At one point I thought, okay, maybe I have a chance to win the race, but then suddenly I was quite on the limit with both tires, so I kept the position, then I came. But yeah, for sure it's an amazing result at the moment.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that is a fantastic result. As we suspected, Pecco Bagnaia is being hit with a one-position penalty drop due to exceeding track limit on the last lap, which means there's a reversed in position for the chief factory for Cassius. Bagnaia then pushed back to 7th. Marc Marquez bumped up into 6th place. It always felt like that one was going to be coming as well. So Fabio Di Gianantonio then, at one stage he thought he might have something for Ralph Hernandez late on.
Looked like Dicci was on the green net rail panel screen, but crucially he was more than a second ahead of Marco Bezzecchi at the checkered flag, so he faces no penalty.
So here we go then, Ayagura, dream territory for Trackhouse Aprilia. Agura back-to-back second place in the two-stage sprint for him in 1 week. He's with Jack.
What a brilliant week it's been. A third straight second place finish. I'm sure you're desperately hoping that victory is going to come, but you pushed so hard today, and what in the end is a magnificent day for the team.
Yeah, I guess it's the first 1-2 for the team, so yeah, really happy for my people, and yeah, in general the race was really nice, but shame that I lost a couple of positions in the first 2-3 laps, so yeah. We know what to improve for tomorrow, so we'll see, but it was a good race anyway, yeah.
Good job today.
He briefly led the Grand Prix in Brno. He briefly led this afternoon sprint here in Assen. First win. Not going to be too far away for the number 79. And a super performance by the Superfar Trackhouse Aprilia rider. They take a 1-2. As Ralph Hernandez is going to come and kind of chat with Jack very, very shortly. Together, all of those three Atilias, or all the 4 Atilias that started inside that top 4. It's been the least fancy to take this sprint. And with a team, Ralph Hernandez, despite how close he was to a fantastic pole position this morning. But once again, your sprint winner here, did I say?
frustration of this morning to come through from the second row of the grid and take a second sprint win. How much does this victory mean?
Yeah, for sure I am very happy. This is the second sprint victory that I get this year, so normally on the last year we don't believe a lot on the sprint, but I think we found something. We are quite strong, so yeah, it is amazing for me, but also for the team, because it's the first time that they are making 1-2, so very happy. The race was quite nice, but I know that I is quite fast in the last part of the race. To be honest, I was on my limit, and he had more pace, so we will see tomorrow. Will be a long race, and as I tell to my friend, Charlie, this is for you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was some performance once again by Ralph Fernandez, the 25-year-old Spaniard, carrying the number 25 Aprilia to top spot here. Performance that was. This was his key move. Lovely move that. Fabio Di Antonio sees third place from the girl at the back of the picture. In the same corner, Ralph Fernandez decided that was his moment. 2 sprint wins in the last 4 Grand Prix, then for third. One track out of 2, that's where he's moving forward. One track out of 2 going backwards, but Baiguera once again was super strong at the end of that sprint. There's 4 tenths to gap between him and Marc Marquez over the line in the Renault Grand Prix. 3 tenths between him and Ralph Fernandez at the end of that sprint. He's getting closer, he is inching ever closer to that first victory for the second place once again for Baiguera as the medal ceremony commences here in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands.
The ball went for a victory of any sort. Might only be another 24 hours with the form he's in at the moment, but credit to his teammate today, Ralph Fernandez. Rather than being angry, he got even with Assen this afternoon. Millimetres in it this morning, costing him pole position. In the end, 3 tenths in it between himself and his teammate Igor today. Once again, the leading light for Ducati this afternoon, Fabio Di Antonio, bronze medal for Digia. Third sprint podium of the season, and he does gain a further point in the World Championship. He's now 22 behind Marco Bezzecchi at the top of the championship. Ayagura, he moves to within a point of Marc Marquez now in the World Championship for 4th and 5th with back-to-back sprint silvers. The gold today for the second time this year goes to Ralph Fernandez. Superfast track car, super fast on this Super Saturday in Assen. Too fast for the rest.
Well, it's been a weekend of firsts, hasn't it, for Aprilia? The first time in their history they've locked out the top 4 in qualifying. For the first time, Trackhouse Aprilia celebrate a 1-2 in a sprint. And tomorrow, can Aprilia win for the very first time here at the Grand Prix of the Netherlands? It's Fabio Di Antonio with his 4th sprint medal of the season wrapped around his neck. Celebrates in front of the grandstands here, the sun-drenched grandstands of Assen. He's going to be enjoying the atmosphere, isn't he? He's quite a few Digia fans. There they are, there's some 49 fans with the Italian flags as well. We are 46 back, of course. We have won a sprint here previously with Marco Bezzecchi back in 2023. And once again, Johnson got the cameras. He loves the behind. He loves the limelight with Fabio Di Antonio. Sprint podiums now in Brazil, Catalonia, Mugello, and now here then in Assen. Keeping him right in the championship game he is now one of the main contenders. Pablo Nieto's team boss say, well, we're happy to keep a low profile. we're happy just to quietly go about our business. Well, his business today was very, very strong. And these pictures are going to be lighting up Trackhouse Aprilia's social media channels as they toast gold and silver. These pictures are going to be all over the websites, all over the social media channels right now. And a very, I'm sure, happy festive March. Trackhouse cross over in California on a truly unforgettable sprint Saturday for the Superfile back squad. Who will continue this phenomenal weekend with their first ever Grand Prix victory here in Assen. That's over 26 laps at 2 p.m. local time. But on Spring Saturday, it is all about one team and its Trackhouse.
Started fourth of the four Aprilias, finished at the front. Ralph Fernandez, your sprint winner in Assen. I grew up completing a glorious Trackhouse 1-2. Gian Antonio third and top Ducati. Bezzecchi winning the battle of the factory Aprilia teammates in quite the battle midway through the sprint at fourth. Marc Marquez taking sixth for Pecco Bagnaia after the sprint was completed after Bagnaia took a one-place penalty. Bastianini eighth and Acosta, despite his detour on the opening lap, does recover to score a single World Championship spot. So not a lot changes in the rider standings, but this is the situation. Bezzecchi's lead goes up from 8 to 9 points. Gian Antonio closes it in by a point. He's now 22 off the World Championship lead. Marc Marquez drops back 2 further points. He's now 42 off the lead and is just one ahead of Ayagura. 43 covers for the top 5 now. Standings, Aprilia double their lead over Ducati from 5 to 10 points. Aprilia Racing strengthening ever so slightly their lead in the team championship. They're now 89 clear of the Capital Nova, with Trackhouse closing back in after their maximum score today. But some highlights. And so much of the focus was on the start with the removal of the whole set devices. Pecco Bagnaia certainly wished he had his still fitted, and the front wheel jumped off the right. Marquez jumped forwards on his factory Ducati, was up into fifth place by the first corner, starting 47. Grant Mir wouldn't make it further than this first sequence of right-handers. Going to go around the outside of Pecco Bagnaia, and the 2020 champion drops down. Battles at the front, place changes for both first and third. Fernandez threw on early leader Martin, while Gian Antonio took the fight to Ayagura for third. That was the moment then into Steckenwald for Jorge Martin, which dropped in from second, ultimately down into fourth place.
Where over-pushing can really penalise him.
He's going to try. He's going to give it a go. I thought he sounded quite articulate when he was kind of...
Limit of kids. It means that you need to have some patience.
Just looked silly by putting an incredible lap in. So absolutely, a wrap today. If the boss says it's too much, it might well be too much. But let's see.
Only one way to find out. The countdown is getting ever closer to the exciting qualifying knockout session coming up here in just
I'm going to put myself out there and say we might see one of those Audis at least in Q2 today. The car looks
great.
Yeah,
No?
I think they're going to be towards the top of Q2.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's see. Maybe Hulkenberg could do a Hulkenberg. Or indeed, Bortoletto's been strong in that car throughout this year as well.
last year. When these races come thick and fast on conventional racetracks, it is a similar sort of scenario week in, week out. If you find that rhythm, you can make such a difference to your championship at the end. So with that in mind, you've got Ferrari on the prowl, Lewis Hamilton off the back of the win, an upgraded engine for them this weekend. I don't think we've seen that fully so far through practice. We'll see if they can come alive in Q3 and give either Lewis or Charles a chance to launch a race-winning challenge in tomorrow's Grand Prix. Red Bull with upgrades as well, but you've got that intra-team fight at Mercedes that's going to be critical. Russell chipping away through practice, just about got on top of Antonelli by the end. But before that point, you'd have said Kimi was the stronger, so really, really little to separate between them.
Yeah, and I think that this isn't just about the overall team picture, where are we on our outright pace when it comes to qualifying. That inter-team battle is what's going to drive forward Ferrari, drive forward McLaren, and of course we're seeing that at Mercedes being played out for what was a two-way battle for that championship until Hamilton's put himself into second, and what is he, 41 points behind? Very much with the reliability we've seen from Mercedes. It could turn around very quickly that he is absolutely a championship contender.
Has affected the Mercedes drivers, the Williams team, McLaren, the Alpine as well. Have been affected in practice sessions, but not in the races so far. And of course, from the race lead, George Russell in Canada, and Kimi Antonelli just passed his teammate to move up to second place. That would have put the championship gap between Russell and Antonelli at 71 points. Antonelli had the failure. Mercedes have brought a fix for that, for the cars that they can. Lando Norris cannot take another battery unit without getting a penalty, so he was not running the fix that Mercedes have brought for their other cars this week. With Russell then, a little bit wide of the apex at turn 6. Two wheel spin coming out of the first couple of corners as well. All of that power. We're talking of the enhanced electric motor for this year. 2 corners to go. Nosedown is a great shot at how low you get over the curb and then use the apex and exit on the final turn. And Russell comes through with a modest 107.8. That is 7 tenths away from what he managed earlier on.
Yeah, that feels very much like a banker. Feel the car, see where the track has evolved. There's been some other track activity since they were in their final practice session ahead of this qualifying. And also, I think important in this first phase, 22 cars all trying to find space on the short lap. Just get a confidence. What is the car feeling? Is this one that I know, and it looked tight enough, didn't it, Julian? It gave us the impression that he was not caught out by anything on that lap. And he'll know, of course, it has to go a step quicker within the next 2 sessions.
Yeah, you want to start from a happy baseline though. No big snaps. Car in a good place. I'm sure there's a lot more to come there for George, but you want to at least think the car's roughly in the window, that when the track trips up, you know what you're going to do with it. And you can just make incremental gains rather than big leaps, which is what you're looking for if you're a top team heading through qualifying. The other big guns are out there now, Verstappen and Norris, one in main screen, Norris on your picture-in-picture on the left-hand side. The first part of qualifying, to me, is looking tough, obviously for Cadillac and Aston Martin, but Williams as well. Add in Esteban Ocon, who sat out FP1 and hasn't looked comfortable, and they are 7 threats for 6 places in Q1, and that's why they've all gone pretty early. And as you can see on the left-hand side, Ocon just shading Alex Albon in what will probably be the battle to escape Q1.
Over the line we go with Max Verstappen now, and he goes ahead of George Russell by 4 tenths of a second. Lando Norris going nicely through the middle part of the lap. Norris really leaning on the curve at turn 8. He's been doing that all the way through. Hadjar goes into second position all the way through the weekend for Norris. This is the 10th and final corner of the racetrack, and Lando Norris comes over the line, and he is a 10th quicker than Max Verstappen.
Already showing a little bit more. Set in earlier on. They do sometimes come alive a bit in qualifying. And look, Hadjar's just done his best lap of the weekend by a mile. 1,000 off Verstappen. Everyone's going to keep improving from that, but they're all getting in.
He is the lead Ferrari contender on his first push lap of Q1.
Talking to some of the engineers, they were driving the lap now. The nature of it, they don't have to, let's say, be
as a nailed in those fast corners. You're trying to drive to the tyre, then drive to the edge of your wits. Maybe that's just giving comfort zone to some and confusing others. But when we picked up the off-board of Max Verstappen through 6, it looked to me, Julian, that he was going over that front tyre quite a bit, which is something you can, during the session, you can put a bit more front wing, assuming you're not trying to swap in somewhere else around the lap.
Yeah, that's his feedback on the radio as well. Too much understeer. Antonelli looking like he's got armed with the lock as well at turn 4, so a similar phenomenon at the lower speed. As we go into 6 then, as we cut away to get a shot of the brushed gravel there for Antonelli, stay clear of it with the fastest middle sector.
They seem they steered it by millimetres, which you would call perfection.
He's been running that close to it all the way through the weekend.
He was devastating in the middle part of the circuit. That's the 9
at the end as well. Same through 9 and 10.
Tidy lap for Antonelli. He is top of the pile. 107.083. Then Norris, Hamilton, Verstappen, Hadjar, Piastri and Leclerc. George Russell in 8th position on an outlap as it stands. Fourth guide for you. It is possible to do multiple push laps on one set of tyres. The driver
really, which is your Williams, Cadillac, Aston Martin teams, plus Esteban Ocon. Russell went with, obviously, must be trying to dial himself in a little bit with a setup change between practice and qualifying, which is why he's gone early, got the banker on the board, and now goes again on what is the same tyre, so a scrubbed run, which he managed to find pace on earlier on.
Interesting to see just where he delivers in this first sector, because he was sliding the rear through the exit of turn 1, and it's not an improvement. It's a couple of times away from the best, so that's not to say that he's not discovering some good intel on this scrub set of tyres, but he's certainly not going quicker.
Yeah, to what you were saying, DC, as well, with the tyre, they kind of keep it in check, driving to the tyre around even one lap. It's hotter than it's been all weekend. 33.5 degrees air temperature now, track temperature nearly 53 degrees. So these softs, who've been through the pits, he's doing a push-pull push again, but they are going to struggle to stay alive if you start sliding it early in the lap.
Right, 8 minutes to go in the first part of qualifying. Those fearing the exit in Q1 are on their second push laps. George Russell, with that setup change, running with them, even though he is expecting to comfortably get through. He's half a second away from what his teammate has just put together. So Russell... Our signs, crucial lap for him.
Yeah, this is the meaningful bit for a Q1 really. Everyone else is trying to dial through into Q2 and Q3, but with the field spread that we've seen, it looks like we have those 7 contenders for 6 spots. Alonso will surely be in them because Aston Martin have been woeful so far this weekend. He's in a private battle with Lance Stroll.
See what Bottas can do in the second Cadillac here. 2-time winner of this Grand Prix, and he is behind his teammate. 5-2 down in qualifying and race results when it comes to the matchup of the Cadillac. They're 1.9 seconds away. Albon is winning this battle to escape those who have been struggling so far this weekend. Hulkenberg with a huge moment, trying to summon speed that might not be... You see it sparking through the dip bit at the final corner.
It's a classic, same set of tyres starting to overheat from early on in the lap, and then it gets worse and worse. Ocon also actually chose to not put on a new set of tyres. That's why he's down in 20th place and back in the pits. He went for a second run, but on the same set of tyres he used earlier, so maybe feeling a bit more confidence in the house that they've changed plan. They'll try and keep a set of tyres through for Q2, but he's got to make it there, and he's got to do it from a pressure situation now down in 20th.
At the front, Kimi Antonelli, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton. covered by 0.2 of a second. Red Bull very close together in terms of the cars, separated by 1,000th of a second across the line. This was a dramatic lap for Hulkenberg, trying to summon grip from the Pirellis that wasn't there and bouncing off the apex curve as a result at 10.
Yeah, does he hit the inside cone? No, misses it, but I think he dipped into bottom out in the corner, and that gave him some lack of load in the front axle, gave him a bit of understeer, and he had that correction, which then he didn't improve in that final sector. We're getting a very clear, at this early stage, a very clear sort of two-tier Formula One. Three, if you wanted to include, of course, Aston at the end there, but you've got that top four teams all sort of grouped together within a few tenths, and then there's another similar gap to the next group headed up by Gasly.
So, having just seen Hulkenberg showcase his skills with the final turn, he was last in qualifying last year. Out in 20th, we now have 22 on the grid. Welcome to Cadillac. 20th on the grid last year in Q1.
I just was saying yesterday after 3 runs, forward sliding.
Seems like beat, doesn't it? Yeah. That voice is not the voice of optimism. He's almost like resigning himself to the challenge ahead. But, well, sports people have an amazing ability to reset and go again. And tennis is probably one of the best examples of that, because the points just keep coming thick and fast. So he'll have a look at what his teammate's done. He gets the spy in the cab to understand exactly how he delivered that lap time. And then he's going to go out and pray that the grip and balance is there for him to copycat that.
It's out of the car, staying very cool with 4 minutes to go, so he's not about to go and try another run. His teammate is. He's the only man out on track. What I was going to say about Hulkenberg, he was out last, but he was within a second of being outright fastest in Q1 last year. It was one of those sessions where you had that whole field separated by less than a second. And actually, Norris had about 3/10 on everyone else. So he was 7/10 off second place in last. Fast forward a year, new regulations, a level of complexity, and a level of struggles for particularly Aston Martin. They're 3 seconds away. The field spread now has got so big that you're within a second, you're aiming for the top 10 look, which is where Ollie Behrman is.
We had the closest ever first to last around here in 2024 as well, and it was 7/10 between first and last. It is a short racetrack, it is a rapid lap time, but you can now see how the gaps have elongated. Ollie Behrman in 10th, Esteban Ocon in 20th. Pressure lap coming the way of the Haas driver in between the Williams, the Cadillacs, and the Aston Martins at the moment. Albon is the driver escaping as it stands.
Alex to get ahead of the fastest Williams, which right now is Alex Albon. It's a great lap from Behrman to be up there. I think Komatsu and Haas will be chuffed to have a driver in the top 10 when it gets to crunch time for him, as Hadjar gets all out of shape through the first turn. I'm just baffled as to how this shorter lap Aston Martin will be 3 seconds off the pace. I know they haven't brought upgrades for the whole season, but oh word, that is slow.
Saving all for the home race at Silverstone. Literally the base is just outside the entrance to the race circuit, so gotta hope it's something like that, because that is quite a gap.
Yeah, Silverstone or Spa, I think, might be the more likely time where we're going to see power unit and chassis upgrades, and hopefully Aston Martin getting towards Q2 opportunity. It looks like golf they're going to make up.
Effectively a B-spec car coming for Aston Martin, and they will hope it will have the same effect as previous B-spec Adrian Newey designs. DC 2004, you had an updated car halfway through the year, so it's not unheard of for the greatest designer ever to have to do this, but it is a tough time for Aston Martin, who are adrift at the back of the field.
Yeah, the key difference, of course, as you'll recall, is there's no budget cap back in those days, so McLaren realising that it just wasn't working with the launch car, effectively turned the tap off and redesigned and built effectively a brand new car, which they debuted, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it went straight away to qualify in the second row, so it was a major improvement.
The cost cap meaning that the teams have to choose their development paths. And Fernando Alonso is marvelling at all the updates the other teams have been bringing. So the crucial, basically their season begins in Belgium for Aston Martin, and they're just having to suffer through it at the moment. Push laps, crucial push laps coming in now. We're on board with Franklin Colapinto, hanging on to it.
Yeah, Ocon as well now on his lap, and he's not done a great first couple of sectors. He's fractionally up. He's got to hold it together and find probably a little bit more there.
So Ocon is in the final corners of the racetrack. Let's watch Colapinto over the line, so he goes ahead of his teammate, but this is crucial for the one-time Grand Prix winner.
One corner to go, bouncing off the gun.
Oh, he's nearly dropped it at the final corner. Time ebbing away, but Sainz improves to 14th. But crucially, he's behind Ocon, who has found the improvement, and now Alex Albon across the line. He does not find an improvement and remains in the drop zone.
Hulkenberg there at the moment as well, but on a better lap. So is Gabriel Bortoletto. So Sainz is still under threat.
Oh, Bortoletto's hit the gravel though, leaves him vulnerable as it stands. Big improvements in terms of time, but he's lost time through the gravel there.
Now you're hanging on to it, spiking those rear temps. How much can you commit to the fast corners? Coaxes it in.
Oh, he's ragging this car through the final corners. He looked capable of dropping it at the final 4 corners of the racetrack, but it adds up to the 12th fastest time. Gabriel Bortoletto, point scorer here last year, finds his way through. His teammate is in the drop zone and needs a lap to eliminate Carlos Sainz. Hulkenberg across the line, and can he get there? He will get there, and he'll get up to 15th place.
So that will be that. From the Audi duo, and Sainz having all of that oversteer out of the final corner. That's the difference between him and Esteban Ocon. George Russell with another chance to get a feel for the Mercedes, and he finds again with the best final sector of anyone, and that once again is on the same set of tyres.
Behind Liam Lawson. Liam Lawson, point scorer here last year as well, 4th fastest. Going again, but going again on a new set of tyres, but ending up 4th fastest. 3/10 of a second away, and Esteban Ocon. There's going to be one driver who's going to escape there in the battle. We mentioned the 7 contenders, 6 places to be decided, eliminated in the first part of qualifying, and Ocon made it through by 200ths of a second. It's Sainz, Albon, Perez, Bottas, Alonso, and Stroll eliminated in the first part of qualifying, and Ocon finds the pace that he needs to progress to the second part of the qualifying hour. Crucial that he did so. He's found a way through.
Yeah, it's a good match. Not what we want, but not too far, not too far. We're getting close.
Okay. 1.7 seconds of making Q2.
I think it's trying to deliver some positivity into the team.
It's no slight on Fernando because he's just drilled Lance Stroll by 4/10 around a short lap. So to have that difference between teammates is pretty solid for Alonso, who's done the best that he could. But the same for getting closer, yeah, it's a real heap of positivity for anyone listening at Aston Martin, because they're not looking at the time.
That's Alex Albon's chances of progressing, disappearing at the first corner. At the final corner, Carlos Sainz attacking, and then the correcting moment, the oversteer, the rear end snapping away, and time ebbing away from the lap as a result. Sainz, Albon, Perez, Bottas, Alonso, and Stroll, the 6 to fall at the first stage of qualifying. Out front, Antonelli ahead of Norris by a 10th. Lewis Hamilton at 2/10 off. Liam Lawson, a second set of tyres, but 3/10 of a second away. Lindblad completed the top 10. We are building up to the second part of Grand Prix qualifying here on the mountainside in Austria, where it's Antonelli, Norris, Hamilton, Lawson, Russell, and Verstappen, the top 6, and the bottom 6. Sainz, Albon, Perez, Bottas, Alonso, and Stroll. Let's get some analysis now for one of the laps that needed to improve. Alex Brundle can take us through.
was a good recovery, wasn't it, JT, for Nico Hülkenberg? Entered session 15 from out of the drop zone. Needed a flap adjust in the middle of the session, came in and did that for this second set of tyres. They've been struggling to get this Audi to work all the way through the lap. This first sector's good for Nico Hülkenberg. He really improved through the exit of turn 1 and then also through the apex of turn 3. That's where he found a little bit of time, but he's been complaining over the radio. But towards the end of the lap, the tyre really falls away from this Audi, which is where he's been struggling to deliver. Looks like there's a lot going on though, doesn't there? On the steering wheel through the exit. Just took a little bit of front end out of the car and it gave him the performance he needed just to make it through to the next phase of qualifying. Nice and neat through the mid-corner of turn 3, and it's really from turn 6 onwards that he's been explaining to the team where he started to struggle with the tyre. Track temperature's monumentally high, of course, on this softest compound. He did throw another new set at it towards the end of qualifying. I think their Audi is really low as well in terms of its ride height. We saw it sparking. Listen to this. Here it's scraping the floor over the curb, and again, bang, through the mid-corner of turn 10. It's very aggressive on the bumps. We saw that generate a moment for Hülkenberg on his previous attempt. So perhaps a little bit dicey with the ride height of the Audi to try to get the most out of it in qualifying. In any case, perhaps go dicey again because it's going to be in Q2.
Thank you, Alex. Gabriel Borghetto and Nico Hülkenberg having an adventure around the 10 turns of Spielberg, and for both making it through. Hanging on to it at several corners, but both making it through and both inside of 1 second to the fastest driver. It was Kimi Antonelli in that session. As we see Gabriel Borghetto, top scorer for Sauber. And is it millimetre perfect? No, it's a full-blown brush of the gravel. We saw it on board, that's what it looked like from the front.
You've got to pick yourself up and dial straight in for the next apex. It's just over the lip of the concrete on the outside there. As soon as that your outside tyre just drops down that, you're going to brush the gravel and you've got to bring it back on and hope you've got some sort of cornering to complete the next turn. You've got to commit hard and hope that you haven't overcooked the rears or damaged the fronts in running wide, but he did that well enough.
Tried to doing the Norwegian row in the grandstands.
Well, they're not going to get very far, are they?
Some way from any water. A small pond in the middle of the circuit, but the nearest lake is about 10k up the motorway.
Here's our top Norwegian. Calvarhaug.
Maybe classic drivers. Dennis Hauser,
That would be a better one.
Formula 3 champion. If you've not seen any of the World Cup, by the way, that's not going to make any sense. But that's the Norwegian fans' celebration. And they will take that into the knockout stages. Talking of knockout stages, we're nearly there for Q2. 15 minutes on the clock in our commentary box. And taking part, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Bevan, Gasly, Borghetto, Colapinto, Lindblad, and the big 4 teams. And you know those names. Green light at the end of the pit lane. No takers to start off. You can see Sergio Perez making a sad trudge to the admin of getting raised with his training.
I thought you were going to mention Scotland there when you're talking World Cup.
I didn't want to do that to you.
Yeah.
It's all right, DC. You got 0.7%. It's not over yet. You can still do it.
But I was one of the Tartan Army that went to Miami to witness the lessons that we learned from the Brazilian football team. Very impressive.
I forgot Scotland were in it.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Oh, dear. Good that they made it for the first time since 1998. We'll save it that way. Jolyon didn't mean it. All of Scotland.
Best fans.
They've been amazing. And the pubs of Boston certainly agree with that. Lauren Mekies was pouncing out Max Verstappen's chances of hitting the front. We are ticking down, by the way. And there's Lando Norris heading out onto an unoccupied racetrack at the moment. But great atmosphere around here as well. And we're finally going to see some laps on this tricky track that Norris won at 1 year ago. Looks like a set of scrubs that
than to just validate circuit evolution. If we look back on the time that Liam Lawson did, I think it shows that there is a big step forward in performance. Rather than the other formulas that was in contention to win. That's the only clear chance he's had to win since he became world champion. McLaren starting on the back foot, had a really promising day yesterday. With this man's pace, and he got rewarded in the end with a podium as well. It comes to a circuit that he's very, very good at his whole career. It's not the easiest of weekends. Hydraulic issue in the start of FP1 has set him back, but we know from last year that doesn't make a massive difference to the driver that sat out FP1 last year and turned up to blitz the field in qualifying.
You're not taking any of the driver excuses about missing FP1, are you?
Hey, the stats speak for themselves. If you miss FP1, you are statistically more likely to out-qualify your teammate. That's what's happened in the last year and a half.
I like it. I like, but you know, all we can do is base our sort of opinion on the data. The data doesn't lie, does it?
So I add a couple because we've got some locked-in performances. Sainz missed FP1, he's beaten Albon. Stroll missed FP1, he's lost out the own.
Clearly trying something different, trying to play himself in, and it's a 107.3.
Cars look live, don't they, through the final turn. That was millimetre perfect through 9, but you then got to come from a whisper gravel to turn it in for 10. He managed to do that bit, but it's similar to Sainz there, trying to squeeze on the gap. That was, as you mentioned, a scrub set of tyres there for Norris. It's a very good lap time for a scrub set of tyres, I'd say. And he had to use all of that grip. And again, when you're on the scrub tyre, keep the rears in check at the end of the lap with loads of traction zones and then the fast corners is the challenge. They'll get a bit more grip when he bolts for a new set of tyres.
I think they've got a genuine three-way battle when we get to it. For who can get the clean lap.
Who's in the 3, DC?
Well, Mercedes, McLaren and Ferrari, but if you want 3 drivers, then I definitely think that it looks like Lando Norris is more comfortable of the McLaren drivers. Lewis, of course, looking more comfortable of the Ferraris. And, well, I do think that George has the potential, but we've got to say, Antonelli, every time he turns time, it's just quick, isn't it?
Surely the favourite still, having Charles straight back in. I don't know if Red Bull are completely out of it with Verstappen. They've got a little bit of time to make up. Max is out of the car. I just did one lap at the start of Q1. He's on a better lap here than Lando Norris. He's also on a scrub tyre. I would almost say it's 3.5 in it.
Yeah, 3 and Max. Hedging the bets. We're going to get an answer now of lap time. Verstappen over the line faster than Lando Norris. Let's see what Hadjar can do now. And originally, Harrison France across the line, and he is 10th away. 4 in it. Let's give it that. They're all in it. Charles Leclerc maybe about to take that best time down. Turns in pretty early for turn 10, but the grip stayed with him, and he lowers the benchmark. So he gets closer. Still not had the ultimate drop down into the 106s. It's coming.
That is a new set of tyres for Leclerc. This is a new set of tyres for Hamilton as well.
On the evidence of the weekend, you'd expect Lewis Hamilton to take us into the 1/6s, but he doesn't. He misses out. He's 9 thousandths slower than Charles Leclerc on that lap. And it's Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, Hadjar, Norris as well. And then it's Lawson rather than Bad just behind. And then with his first visit to this circuit in Formula One, the sole rookie driver in the field. Behrman working his way through the last turn, goes ahead of teammate Esteban Ocon across the line. He's in 8th, Ocon is in 9th. Here's Gasly, had a spin here last year at that corner, and he was collecting it again now the turn. We go with Kimi Antonelli all over the curbs on the exit of 4. A corner he has been attacking time and time again. He's up on Charles Leclerc's time.
But this is a new set of tyres for Antonelli too. So I think that Red Bull pace is pretty good. Be a tenth and a half down on the Ferrari on new tyres. But can the Mercedes take it away once more? It's the final turn we go.
Right to the extremity of the curbs. Confident driving again. 2 tenths to the good. Championship leader, Kimi Antonelli.
We've got Piastri lining up the middle part of the lap.
Good effort. We're into the 106s. That's the fastest lap of the weekend so far for Kimi Antonelli.
It's a good lap for Piastri though. Same time on circuit. Also new set of tyres there. So not messing around with a run on scrub like his teammate did. And keeping the Mercedes honest. This was Gasly. He dropped it there last year. He's got his best to do it again before. A nice bit of opposite left. Save the day. Lovely bit of drifting.
Yeah, it's a tricky little final corner because as you turn in, you actually want to be on a slightly shallower line than would be normal, but it's the nature of that sort of bottoming out, as we see going right up over the top of the sausage curve there, and not an ideal line through turn 3. He's obviously gone a bit deep in the braking.
I've got a little bit of trouble here. Mentioned earlier on, he just doesn't feel the grip on either axle. That was in Q1. He chipped away through FP3 from a sort of half a second deficit to his teammate to just pick him right at the end. But he's not able to just turn these tyres on like a light switch. Every time Antonelli goes out, he finds grip. Every time Russell goes out, he doesn't know what he's finding. He just doesn't know where he can brake, how he can attack.
The center line of my right front tire, but it's got some weird lines in it.
Well, Piastri was surprised with how quick he was able to go earlier on in practice, and he's just reporting the tyre set slightly different there to his team. Good enough for second fastest at the moment. George Russell with no time on the board after bailing out of the lap. It's not the first time that he's had an issue at turn 3 this weekend, but every one of the main contenders has had drama at turn 3 across this weekend. This is the 10th and final turn of the racetrack, and Lando Norris gathering it up as he crosses the line.
Right on the edge of that rumble strip, so you call that perfection in terms of drifting. Yeah, just looking at wind directions, and I noticed before coming up to the commentary box, there was quite a noticeable increase in the wind coming what was a headwind as I stood in the pit lane, but that's probably being channeled between grandstand and the pit boxes. But our track map would tell us it's a headwind into turn 3, which normally, Julian, just would settle the car down and give you confidence on the brakes.
Yeah, 100%. You feel like you've got a little bit more downforce in the car. You're approaching a little bit slower as well. And especially linked with the uphill nature of that braking zone. Scratch the pedal, brake really late, and the car just stops so quickly. But George isn't feeling it. It's quite bumpy there. I wonder if he's caught a bump as he's hitting the brakes in that previous one. We'll see.
Okay, that's obviously come from Toto at the end of some transmission from George. But it didn't sound like a complimentary first ride, as in in George we trust. It sounded like a just drive, really.
Well, he's gone out there with 4 minutes to go. He should comfortably have a performance to make his way into the top 10 here, but getting a clean lap, never a guarantee in Grand Prix.
For a cut the yellow flag.
But Toto was just saying, look, you're a Mercedes. You will make the top 10,
and then we'll figure out something more again. But you have to now just put a lap on the board, drive naturally, and then have a look and see what your teammates doing and see if you can do something different, maybe in terms of tyre prep or even a bit of a setup tweak, which would more or less just be a bit of front wing flap now at this stage. And we see Russell now into what is an unnecessarily pressurised lap.
Makes his way through turn 3. DC's heading to 4.
Nice clear track ahead. Norris, the only other guy up the road, he's in the middle of turn 6. So it's a case of trusting in his instincts. And throw it in there, react to what the car gives you. And as you said, Joan, the car is clearly capable of delivering a 1.6.7 as displayed by Antonelli.
Norris across the line for the third fastest time with the fastest middle sector so far. He was our pole sitter last year. Russell just needs a clean last couple of corners.
On the final sector, and Russell get near it. Yet not gone for a new set of tyres, so that's the confidence that Mercedes have that he'll get out of trouble on his own, and he does that.
Clean lap delivered from George Russell. There was always the performance in there for Mercedes, but he needed a performance between the white lines, and he delivers it. He is going to make his way into the top 10 shooter.
Yeah, look, they've got to be happy with that. All the circumstances that we know the difficulties having to be within a couple of tenths. Back in the game.
Toto, knowing the camera's on him, is this smile territory? What sort of reaction do we get from his driver getting out from 16th place up to 4th? But still had a smirk as he knows now he's got 2 contenders for the pole position in Q4.
Well, the extremity of that would have been more pressurised in previous seasons when the grid was a lot closer. The big 4 teams have margin to Gasly, Lawson, Lindblad, Bortoleto, Colapinto, Berman, Hulkenberg and Ocon. The other contenders, there are 2 slots effectively then, away from the big hitters to make their way into Q3. They will all know that in the midfield pack. Qualified so far this weekend. Gasly will put good luck together. Lawson has been strong and occupying places in the top 10. This is Charles Leclerc, the personal best in the middle sector. Lewis Hamilton going really nicely through the first 2 sectors of the racetrack as well. Charles Leclerc across the line, no improvement in position for him. And Hamilton keep the performance in turns 9 and 10, running the very edge of the curve, but Hamilton does improve up to 5th place ahead of his team.
It's good. It's a good lap from Hamilton. It's a scrub set of tyres from both Ferraris. Hadjar comes through in the Red Bull and gets ahead of Max. I don't think Max is being paid by the lap today, because he's only done 1 flying lap in Q1, 1 flying lap in Q2. It's enough, but look at Liam Lawson again.
Lawson to P8, what he was aiming for. Lindblad finds himself now in 9th position, and Max Verstappen in the pits. Did have the margin on everyone behind, but he is currently the driver at risk.
You can't be sure. Gasly out there on a push lap, trying to find a couple of tenths.
Over the line we go with Behrman, who got within 0.3 of a second of Max Verstappen. Behrman, Gasly and Ocon. Over the line goes Hulkenberg. And Gasly, at the second sector, is 2 thousandths up on Max Verstappen.
Yeah, Gasly is the threat here. Was in 11th place, doesn't have too much to find. Bortoleto is not miles away from Max. He's only 1/10. So here we go. Pierre Gasly to knock Verstappen out.
Gasly collects it on turn 10 and he misses out by 0.04. Red Bull will breathe again. They have made it through by a fine margin.
Oh, that must have been sort of squeaky bum time there watching that lap unfold, but strategically it put them in a good place on tyres.
What it means is they carry an extra new set of softs into the race tomorrow. We're expecting the race tomorrow to be more than 1 pit stop. It's probably a 2 stop. So Max, by virtue of braving it out there, will have a new set of softs to make the start the race on, get a good launch and throw some moves early on. But my word, what a risk with it.
Well, Max Verstappen really gambled it there. Gasly, 0.04 of a second away from eliminating the 5-time winner. It didn't happen. Verstappen makes it through. Gasly, Bortoleto, Behrman, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Colapinto. the drivers eliminated. Gasly getting very, very close.
Well, that's a very good lap on the review. We are not unfortunate.
Well, Gasly, you came close to a very, very big shock indeed, if you consider how good Verstappen has been around this circuit. But they saved the tyre set. They got away with one there. Red Bull, you're never looking to gamble when it comes to hundreds. Lindblad as well wasn't happy with the balance and the tyre temperatures, and that team again consistently putting two cars through. Lawson with a good performance. Lindblad as well making his way through to Q3. Much to be happy for the Italian squad. There's a fourth Q3 of the season for Liam Lawson, and Arvid Lindblad now has 4 Q3s as well in his rookie campaign.
So that's what Overseer looks like on the entry to turn 1. So he's just stalled on his entry pace and ended up drifting his way to the apex.
He was actually the fastest man of anyone over the start-finish line there, Franco Colapinto, and maybe arrived a little quicker than he was expecting. He'll be able to save it, but he doesn't save his quality.
The top 10 will be Verstappen, Lindblad, Lawson, Hadjar, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Norris, Piastri, and Kimi Antonelli, our championship lead.
That was all she had, really, guys. That was a really, really good lap. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it looked good. Well done. Good to do tomorrow. Thanks, Alex.
Ollie Behrman not making it through DC, along with Pierre Gasly, Gabriel Bortoleto, Nico Hulkenberg, Esteban Ocon, and Franco Colapinto.
Apologies for talking over you there, but I'm just continually impressed by a lot of he's in his second full season, but a lot of these younger, just out of rookie status drivers, they're very together and knowing whether they've done a good lap or not. He hadn't even had a chance to see what other people have done, and he felt comfortable to declare that's all she had.
Because you never know if Esteban Ocon might have beaten him. And then you're out there sort of giving yourself a pat on the back. You're like, oh, guys, that was pretty special. And they can just see, oh, no, you've actually been beaten by your teammate in the same car. Was not the case for Behrman. 3 tenths up the road for Ocon. So, as you say, DC, pretty well aware of what a good lap feels like.
Yeah, it's amazing how a good car becomes not a good car if the teammate goes half a tenth faster.
Yeah, sadly, I know when I've done some laps where I'm like, that's all she had.
Me too. Okay, let's get some analysis in the company of Alex Brodler.
It was pressurising second for George Russell, guys, wasn't it? We've got the camera on the nose cam, but just a sense of the background of that radio message from Toto Wolff. Sometimes I think drivers just need to be told, you're capable of driving this car, just drive it. A lot of previous comms before that between George Russell about the nature of the car, how it was feeling, how they could make it better, and I think Toto just weighing in there to say, you know what, you've got to take this Mercedes. You can get through to the next phase of qualifying. Final lap looks relatively neat and tidy, if only slightly conservative from George Russell. We're down here right by the front wing. You can see that straight mode and corner mode operation. Makes the apex nicely of turn 4 and doesn't bounce the car out too wide through the exit of turn 5. It's definitely a lap from George where he's making sure this Mercedes gets through to the next phase of qualifying in a weekend where he's looked consistently, I think it's fair to say, behind Kimi Antonelli on aggregate, even though he found himself top of FP3. I think Kimi Antonelli's had slightly more pace, not too much curve on the way in, not too much curve on the way out. Russell gets it off the curve again through the mid corner of turn 10. He makes his way through, but how much confidence is the Englishman taking into the final phase of qualifying in comparison to this man, who appears to be all over the racetrack and turning in from anywhere he likes?
We come to the key moment in the battle for pole position. The crowd enjoying their time in the Austrian sunshine. But delivering is one thing up until this stage of the weekend. 13 minutes on the clock. Q3 The reward of the 8th Grand Prix pole position of the season is up for grabs now. Antonelli, Piastri, Norris, Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc, Hadjar, Lawson, Lindblad and Verstappen did make it through, saving that tyre set. And he put that to good use at a track where he has been sensational ever since. It didn't really matter whether he had a car to compete or not. He's always been in the mix around here, always favoured his driving style. He's a 5-time Grand Prix winner around this venue. And he's had some thrilling battles on the way. Will bang with Charles Leclerc at the top of that hill on the way to victory in 2019. A memorable one for the Dutch army that travels supporting him, and the atmosphere here as a result is incredibly loud. And now we're about to see the best laps of the weekend. Lawson and Lindblad will be in a private competition to try and be the lead racing bulls on the grid. It's 5-2 to Liam Lawson at the moment, and it will be very, very easy for a big contender to find themselves P8 on this grid. Times are so close between the front runners, aren't they? Feels like Antonelli has got a bit of a stranglehold on the one-lap pace. It's just the consistency that he can do it, but he's not under pressure of having to do it when it really matters, which is right now in Q3. And the cars are getting closer. If they can start together towards the front, maybe they've got a chance to do something in the Grand Prix as well. You want to have two cars in the fight here, because strategy could come into it with a bit more degradation in the Grand Prix tomorrow.
Who has the confidence, I think, will be the one that exploits the opportunity. It's such a marginal track, isn't it, to deliver the lap time. Every corner has its own little unique challenge. Turn one, you've got a fairly short braking zone, short apex, and then you're hanging out on the yellow curve as you rise up into three, the biggest of stops. And then likewise slightly more open into turn 4. The two mighty middle corners, which is all about aero and confidence. And as we've been describing, these final 2 turns, especially the last one, is giving us some great displays of tyres are done, drivers are eager to get the tyre in, and it's all drifting its way to the start-finish line.
7 corners should be simple, but none of them are simple. Every single one of them has a unique challenge around here. The first 3, it's all about braking, finding your apex, getting a bit of curb, if you so wish. We've seen more and more of that this year, especially at turn 3, and then finding the traction as well. That little sector, you've got 2 fast corners then, 2 left and then 2 right. The first one brings you straight out into the entry, pretty much to the second one. And as you say, DC, getting that hooked up right at the end of the lap as well. How many laps have we seen just seek time with a bit of oversteer or broken traction out of the final turn? It makes all the difference later on as well. So we're going to get first attempt coming up right now. New tyres on board Charles Leclerc's Ferrari.
All eyes on the mechanic at the front of the garage, waiting for the signal to release the car. Power of the hand there.
And here is our championship leader and driver who has been aggressive since his first lap of the weekend. He has set an exam question for George Russell to try and figure out how to catch him. Russell, though, was fastest at the end of final practice. It's the only part of this weekend so far that Antonelli has not topped the time attack.
This is one of those racetracks where you want to put a good banker in Q3. You can lose count of the amount of times drivers haven't got a second run in the final part of qualifying, and pole is decided by nailing this run. It's so easy for someone else to spit it off, run through the gravel, have a spin on the big braking zone, pushing for the last hundredths of a second right at the end. So this is an all-important first run to give yourself a banker, give yourself a chance of pole, and at least a load of confidence to then push the limit and beyond in the final run to find hundredths rather than digging yourself out tenths.
Yeah, you'd like to imagine it would be the final lap of the dying moments of the session, but as we know, the margins here are so tight that delivering a lap here is vitally important. No issue really with getting track position. Maybe 10 cars out there on track, but
There is no finer moment in Formula One when we're getting into the final part of qualifying, new tyres in the car, no real worry about it's the moment to shine.
So Antonelli is the 9th car out on circuit. Behind him is George Russell. The first car out on circuit is Lando Norris, starting a flying lap right now. So he's going to come past the two Mercedes on his flyer. Going to have to jump out of the way. Easy for everyone to find a bit of clear track. There's long straights to look ahead and behind. Here comes Lando. So the driver that won the Grand Prix 1 year ago, trying to give himself a foundation to attack on the second run. He attacks the sausage curve on the exit of turn number 1, and then this is such a power-sensitive sector of the racetrack, and he'll put his time on the board of a 16.6. Norris attacking into turn 3 now. That's a good first sector. Was he a bit hot into turn 3 though? Look, they get a lot of turning to do towards the exit still, and it's quite an important punch down the hill towards turn 4. First sector's decent. Big hit on the brakes again.
Yeah, I think he did go a little bit over the front tyre as he ran through into the apex of turn 3. See if he's able to get a bit more balance in these higher speed corners.
The first sector of the racetrack is one turn, and it's all power sensitive. Max Verstappen is faster than the Mercedes power for the McLaren through the first sector. Norris quick through sector 2.
It's a better first sector by a tenth than anyone's managed all weekend for Verstappen. That is big.
Huge commitment. Lando Norris, across the line he goes, and it is a 106.9, but Verstappen, fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2, and Verstappen now has 2 corners to go, and he has always been electric around this circuit. Can he give himself another opportunity? Can he get ahead of Lando Norris and put pressure on the Mercedes drivers? It's a 106.4. Max Verstappen steps forward with a great first effort. How does Piastri respond to it? He comes across the line now. Great final sector. He's P2 ahead of his teammate.
That's a monster lap from Verstappen. The first sector was a tenth to the good. The rest of it was pretty excellent as well. That'll take some beating from everyone, including the Mercedes, who have not matched him at the start of the lap.
Yeah, super impressive there. The confidence of the man who knew where to put the race car. And Leclerc, well, a little bit shy. He'll be scratching his head with 3/10.
Okay, final sector for Antonelli. He is not on terms with Max Verstappen, the 4-time champ, finding a magic lap. And it's been Mercedes topping the timing page for every session so far. But Kimi Antonelli goes over the line. Oh, he finds something magic in the final sector. Fastest of anyone in that final sector. And on provisional pole by 600ths. Russell responds, and it's a Mercedes 1-2. But look at the margin of the top 3. A man who has stood on the top step 5 times before, taking the battle to the Mercedes pair. 600ths separating first to third.
We saw there Hamilton getting pushed into the garage.
Can I go for a second lap?
Negative.
Oh, he's supposed to have a tank of fuel. Why?
So Hamilton wants a second lap, saying they should have another lap of fuel on board for a just-in-case moment, and the just-in-case is this, in hot. That's what I thought I saw Lando do as well at turn 3, just in a bit deep. That's obviously a bit worse there for Hamilton, who has plenty more cornering to do, and he'll never get out of that with any level of speed, so he backs out of it, asks for a second push. The team say no. It's 1 or nothing, and that one is nothing for Hamilton. So that's exactly what I mean. No banker on the board for Lewis. So how can you go and attack harder?
Yeah, look, mentally he'll reset on that, but I think what is interesting for me is in asking the question you're supposed to have a bit more fuel in the car, so his expectation versus how they set the car up, or they want to give him the maximum amount of time to get the car turned around and pick the perfect moment to go out on track.
I don't think they should be carrying more fuel. I think Ferrari are right to make this a one-shot wonder. You're the best drivers in the world. You've had plenty of laps now to dial in. If Verstappen had 1 lap less fuel, he'd be second. If Russell had 1 lap less fuel, he'd probably be provisional pole. Tiny margins make a difference, and for every lap of fuel, you're carrying hundreds in weight. And Ferrari got to trust that Lewis will do the job. He didn't do it there. He has another chance to do the job. It's not about Q1 and Q2 and just getting by right now. It's about extracting the absolute best from it. And that is why you see them all glued out, running back on fumes and getting ready to go again.
Yeah, and we're set up for an absolutely blinding final lap. And fortune favours the brave. Where are we going to find the time around that lap? If you look at the nip and tuck in the first sector, slight advantage for Verstappen in the middle, but massively off in that final sector, 2 and a bit tense. So Verstappen, we're going to have to imagine, is going to go for gold in that final sector.
Tell you something incredible. Russell is 1,000 faster than Antonelli in the first sector. They are identical to the 1,000 in the middle sector. Through 2/3 of this lap, there is 1,000 separating Antonelli and Russell. And then Antonelli found that final couple of corners that hauled him to provisional pole. But we go again, and Russell now knows that he's within touching distance of a pole. I'm glad we made it 3.5 teams, because Verstappen has found something when it matters. Nearly wasn't even in Q3, but when he's there, he's put a serious gauntlet down as well for a top 3 slot. Can he get towards pole? And McLaren find a little bit more.
400ths away from being knocked out and not making this session. 600ths away from provisional pole position. Piastri out qualifying Norris as it stands. Leclerc out qualifying Hamilton as it stands. And a useful battle between the Racing Bulls and the best of the rest category. You would expect the track to be at its best at this moment. The most rubber laid down of the weekend. Lewis Hamilton's error at that corner has meant that he's got to go out there and he's got to find a clean lap. He's got to find a lap that gives him a chance. Hadjar is the other driver who has gone out early to set his final run. Verstappen, the danger man. Mercedes have taken every Grand Prix pole so far this year.
Remember, Verstappen has an extra set of soft tyres, I believe, for the race tomorrow that he can use, because Red Bull went punchy and left him in the garage late on. So he's only used one new set until that first run of Q3. Here's the next set of new tyres on Max as he leaves the pits, ready to try and find just a little bit more as the track trips up.
Shuddering out of the pits. Verstappen been asking for changes. Fine. The driver second in the points battle needs a time, or he's going to be in 10th for the Austrian Grand Prix.
Big lap for Lewis Hamilton. This Ferrari have done the right thing getting him out first. He is under his own steam, and he's got a clear track ahead of him now to execute 6 more turns and put this somewhere in the mix, and that is somewhere in the mix. That's a really good first sector for Lewis Hamilton.
Let's see whether he can continue this. He hasn't been on pole position since 2023 for a Grand Prix. He's never done it with Ferrari. He is in superb form in 2026. Charles Leclerc good as well. Big improvements to be found in that first sector, but it is the middle part of the lap where Verstappen was so strong as well. Let's see what Hamilton can do. 2/3 of the lap, he's up by 0.2 of a second. It's time to declare this anyone's game.
Wow, huge middle sector for Lewis Hamilton. He is right back in the mix. 2 corners to go. They're moving around a little bit.
Using all of the road. He hasn't been on pole position since 2023 for a Grand Prix, and he's provisionally there at the moment. Charles Leclerc going even quicker. Norris is in the hunt as well. This is an amazing battle for pole position. Leclerc was at the front here, but 2019. The man from Monaco across the line, and he goes to provisional pole.
Russell beats their first sector. Verstappen's out there trying to improve again, and he does a mighty middle sector.
It falls away for Norris. Max Verstappen is 0.005 of a second away from Charles Leclerc's benchmark in the middle part of the lap. McLaren fall away. What can this... flying. Antonelli backed off it. He was closer to Verstappen. Russell has snuck in and taken pole as Ferrari was celebrating it. That will be under review.
Lifted entry at that corner. I lost a lot of time. I lifted. Big lift on the entry to the corner. George Russell claims he's backed off, acknowledged the yellow flag, and still taken pole. To the dramatic moment that sent Max Verstappen from the brink of pole position to the wall at turn 9.
Yeah, he's turned in. He's on for a pole shot as well. Turned in. He has the car roughly where he wants it to show up on the front end, but yeah, I think maybe it's the downshift as well as he's turning in with a load of speed. The downshift just unsettles it that little bit. And that is Max spinning off into the barrier, and that's where he will stay out there. So you've got Antonelli backing off from a personal best first and second sector. Russell comes through and improves. We haven't seen the final sector. He hasn't done the fastest final sector of anyone. He's arguing that he's lifted off, and the stewards will have a look.
Well, that is the definition of controversial. Kimi Antonelli backs off. Let's go on board with George Russell and look at the signals that he gets. Listen in.
Honestly, he does back off quite a lot. He's obviously very committed still. It's a pole lap, no less. And he's done pole by 0.2 of a second. He clearly backs off from what he's previously done. It will depend if it's a double wave yellow or a single yellow. That's what it will all come down to there. If it's a double wave yellow, George will lose that time and probably more.
That's why I said he was provisionally on pole. Even at the end, this is not an official result. It's entirely down, as Russell celebrates out of the car, for whether the stewards believe that he drove to the letters of the rule book. Did he show enough caution under yellow flags with a car in the wall at turn 9?
It's been noted already. Ferrari will be sprayed on the radio. Great luck you have to say from George. Good, the compromise.
It is still up for grabs. What an unusual situation. We talked about the importance of a foundation lap to give yourself a chance to attack. That's what Max Verstappen did. He's all in chasing an unlikely pole position there. Goes beyond the limit of the grip. At huge speed into turn 9. Hits the barrier. Antonelli backs off, unable to improve. So his first effort currently putting him in 4th and staying there. And Russell, Jolien, has made a decision. He's made a real-time call to back off the throttle and risk a penalty. Remember what we've seen for ignoring double wave yellows in the past. Could be a drop down to 10 if the stewards don't like what they see.
If it's a safety issue, if it's a double wave yellow. If it's a single yellow, you have to show that you've slowed up, and that's what George is arguing already, knowing that this is make or break right now for George Russell. He's made it with the lap. He has backed off, and you can hear it, the early lift, the downshift. He will argue that there is significant back off, and you can hear it on board. He's under control. It's obviously super quick still, but compared to his previous lap, I think he's less committed. I think we see it again, see if it's a double wave yellow. That's what it comes down to. It's on our timing page. It's flipped between the two, so it's not clear to see.
Well, the stewards have a big call to make. Charles Leclerc getting the goss of what happened at the end there. A dramatic end to the third and final part of qualifying. Saw Max Verstappen into the wall. Championship leader Kimi Antonelli back off under yellow flags. It looked like Charles Leclerc taking his second Grand Prix pole, third Grand Prix pole around this circuit, but Russell improving at the last.
Looking at the time of infringement noted, I think that's before a double wave yellow came out. No, that incident should be on a double wave yellow, but was it? That is the question.
Giancarlo Fisichella is speaking to the top 3 after qualifying.
Job, fantastic job. It was a great lap. It's still under investigation because of the yellow flag. How do you feel?
I feel incredible. It was such an amazing lap. I saw the yellow. I had a big lift into the corner. I was 5 tenths up, and I came out the last corner 2.5 tenths up. So
you know, it was a single yellow as well, not a double, so should be okay. It was a tough day, but it was so special to get that lap, and everything felt so sweet. So really proud of the job we all did.
Great job. Ferrari.
We are so far.
Good job.
Thank you.
Lewis, you probably just lost a good chance to improve your lap time because the first push out you break maybe too late. Do you think it was possible to be better than third?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you everyone for the good energy. No, I think it's, I mean, to have the two Ferraris in second and third, I think it's fantastic, and it's just a reflection of the amazing work that everyone's doing back at the factory, because they really are continuing to push. We bought small bits here. Obviously, they work hard to upgrade our engine for this track, so I'm just really proud of everybody, because you could just see how hard everyone's working, and it's really starting to pay off. I think my Q3, the weekend has been looking good in Q3 1-1. I had my mistake and didn't get the first lap, so then yeah, that always affects the second lap. But nonetheless, you know, even just to be still that close, given that I didn't get the first lap, I'm really happy for that.
Great, good job. Good. George, back to you. It's going to be very hot. How do you manage for tomorrow, for the race?
Yeah, it's going to be very hot. You know, the Ferraris are looking incredibly fast. You know, in the corners, they're the fastest team at the moment. They're maybe a bit more draggy than us, which may help us to defend. I just spoke with Toto. He just said everything was fine with the yellow flag, so that is good news. 100-meter lift before the corner, so glad to hear that. And yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a big fight. Obviously, Kimi and P4 is going to be super fast as well. We know how strong he's been, and Lando and the McLarens. So it's game on from everyone.
It's going to be an interesting race to follow. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Now we can say for certain it's George Russell on pole position for the Austrian Grand Prix, his fourth pole of the campaign, to tie his teammates' tally, and knowing the rulebook off by heart gives George Russell a lift and a pole position and a buffer between Leclerc, Hamilton and his teammate Kimi Antonelli. I have to say, that is exceptional from Russell. Not only to extract lap time, but to know the rule book, to work to the letter of the rules, which is, it was a single yellow, said it would defend single or double. It was single. The stewards agree with George. He clearly did back off it, and even so, belted in that lap time to take pole with Antonelli 4. So you wonder if Kimi had the chance to do the same. What's the communication going on between driver and race engineer there as well? We haven't heard that. If George has just taken that all on his own shoulders, and if he has, hats off, because that is huge for Russell, who's not had an easy qualifying session, but is signing the Pirelli Award for pole position with his teammate only 4th. His 11th career pole for a Grand Prix, and Russell knowing that Antonelli looking so strong around here with a serious contender, and that he's got both Ferraris together with that upgraded pole unit. But it's Russell who will lead the field on to the formation lap of the Austrian Grand Prix, after Verstappen went all in trying to score what would have been a mesmeric pole position, and in the end it's George Russell who's outfought them and outthought them thanks to this moment. Let's go to turn 9. Verstappen crashing started the drama. Hanging on to it with more and more speed on the way into that one, and got the soft tyre starting to overheat.
Lifted entered that corner, lost it on the side, lifted, big lift on the into that corner, lost a good temp in a bit.
Everyone's favourite politician has come up with all the answers, and it pays off.
Yes.
Nice job.
Stay calmo, stay calmo.
Let's drive. Let's drive.
Been good.
Let's drive, the boss says. Nice work, well done. That was a really good lap.
Oh, beautiful.
In the context of his season, what a turnaround for the qualifying. Hour for him. To improve his time, but acknowledge the yellow flag. And he gets pole position for the Austrian Grand Prix as a result. Alongside him on the front row, Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton in third. Kimi Antonelli having to back.
Flag, walk away.
No, you don't know what it... Driver's mind, a single yellow flag or a double yellow flag. A look at Ferrari have been super good through this first sector. You see Leclerc actually slightly ahead there through. Of turn 6 and from Charles Leclerc to compare. This is just George Russell's on board coming into the crucial corner.
And you're going to see a little before, like so calm when he's
car. You see it.
Yeah.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, you've got the Ferrari sandwiched in between your two drivers.
I think probably Kimi the quickest in the long run, so we're going to see.
Of Kimi Antonelli after he backed has kind of come back George's way a little bit. He had some luck benefit him in Spain with the DNF from Antonelli. 50 points between them now going into the race one. I mean, what can George do? What can Kimi claw back?
This is where I think George needs to be really aggressive at the beginning of the race and open a big enough gap to mentally, when Antonelli clears the Ferraris, they go, oh, so far I'm just gotta get to, take the points home. Because if you give him a whisk that he can get there, he's gonna push like crazy. And George, I think this is a great lesson, because when he gets out of his comfort zone, he can beat Kimi. He's got the speed to do it, but Kimi is just comfortable doing that every lap, and George needs to learn that as well.
Maybe a little bit of that George Russell experience coming into play today, but let's head back down to the media pen and hear from Kimi Antonelli after that second.
Kimi, how are you feeling? You were so quick through quali, and then obviously you lifted to me through that moment and that decision-making process.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate, but realistically was a mistake from my side, because I thought I saw the yellow, and I instead would have seen it, so I completely aborted the lap, where I could have just done a lift like George did. But yeah, I think I was a tenth lower than George up to that point, so would have been difficult to get forward, but at least front row was there.
You've been quick all weekend long. I know the Ferraris look good, but you're still in the mix for this win tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it would have been more ideal to start more at the front, but it's what it is. And the most important is that tomorrow we try to get a good start and then maximize from there.
Best luck with that.
Thank you.
You would have noticed we were standing around some red trucks. That's because we were trying to get in touch here with Fred Vasseur. Fred, first of all, I mean, congratulations. You must be relatively pleased with the performance of the car, starting second and third, but I'm sure a little bit disappointed with how it all played out with the yellows at the end.
No, first I'm taking the positive, but we are second and third. We are in the fight with Mercedes in the quali, and want to probably to have a good pace of more. But this is the most important. We have still 15 races to go, and the most important is the performance. On the incidents, we can discuss at length if it was reasonable to not have double yellow in these circumstances when you deploy the medical car. Then we don't have the data of the sector. We can't check if we reduce the speed of 5% or not. But we have to trust the race control, and I will do it.
Yeah, trust the process.
Hey, you guys got to be pretty happy to see Charles on pace again. I know Charles has been struggling the last few races, and seeing him right there and seeing Lewis again fast, I think as a team to build momentum is a huge thing.
It's more you journalists who were a bit worried, and because I was not. Honestly, in his last lap in Monaco, he was fighting for the pole. He was 2 tenths in advance compared to Max. When he crashed in Barcelona, he was also in a very good lap. The pace was always there. Now he was a bit under pressure, and he started to do mistakes, and it's good for him to come back to do a good lap to put everything together. And but the pace was always there.
Fred, on the one side, you look like you might be missing a tiny bit of straight speed in comparison to Mercedes still. Still.
Even when they slow down,
positives are coming.
Even when they slow down, they are faster than us.
We couldn't comment, but even
you can.
The positives are coming. But the tyre management looked very good in Barcelona. Race pace. How are we doing? Let's put it behind us.
Yeah, but this each day it's another story. It means that it's not because we had a good tyre management 2 weeks ago that it will work tomorrow. We have to put ourselves in clean air to pay attention to our car or tires and not to be focused on the fight or something else. It's what we did last week, last race, and let's try to do the same tomorrow.
We got a big day ahead of you tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by. Best of luck. Congratulations on a great qualifying segment for Ferrari. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more of analysis here post-qualifying from Austria in just a moment. Well, for F1 TV, let's head back to the media pen and hear from McLaren driver Lando Norris, who's going to line up 6th tomorrow for the Grand Prix.
Hey, I know that it's been a tough weekend really since FP1. You kind of felt like you got some time back and you looked better at FP3. How was Fully? How about you?
I think it was okay, honestly. I thought we still did a good job. I thought my final lap was decent. And we lost a little bit of in the final sector, but otherwise teams a bit further down the order than what we would have liked and where we've looked at, in FP3, FP2, FP1. But I think it's more just the others, again, they always are saving more for qualifying, and this is realistically where we are.
Traditionally, you guys are quite quick in the hot conditions. You're in a good...
And that's an area we really need to work on, but we're close enough for battles ahead, for things to happen ahead, for us to try and
race. And welcome back to the pit lane here, the paddock, I should say, in Austria. After
dropped a little bit back into that back of that top 10, and after what we saw from them through free practice, I think
Yeah, Barcelona was the same thing. They looked so good. You remember I said, they look so good. They look so good. So the question is, are they running a little lighter in free practice 3? Are they running a little more power? What are they doing? Where is the pace going? Where is everybody else doing that they keep increasing? Because if you think about it, practice was over a second, nearly a second slower than what pole was. So Mercedes had a second in hand from practice 3 to qualify. That's a lot.
Well, there's an awful lot of pace. And you think about the fact that Piastri seemed to have a handle on Norris over the weekend, but Norris in these low grip conditions pulled it out. But you would think, based on the body language that we saw out of Lando Norris earlier He didn't seem like there was more in the bag. It didn't seem like the yellow flag caught them out. This just seems like the pace that they've got, but maybe race pace could be stronger.
Nah, it's just car performance. I mean, we've seen race pace be pretty good for them. They look the best, to be honest, through FP2 for what a FP2 session is worth. A little bit later on the tyre, but a tenth slower, kind of up there with where Antonelli is. The problem that they got is they've now got a load of cars ahead of them. You can overtake here, but there's a hard time loss to being back there beyond the third row because cars will queue up. There's also a risk to it here. I mean, so many races.
Ferrari will start, then we're going to see how Antonelli going to react. If he gets a run into turn 3, we're going to see 3 wide, out of control, somebody braking too late, and there's always a melee there.
And this is a hard track on engines, hard track on brakes. Both are much harder to keep cool when you're running in a train and not out front. And with these temps, that could play huge into tomorrow.
Worth pointing out as well, as we pointed out so far this weekend, Norris doesn't have the battery fix that was brought to the two Mercedes to mitigate the issues that we had for Russell and Antonelli in Canada and Barcelona, because we can't take a new battery. So hot temperatures, we've seen a lot of reliability. We've seen reliability this weekend for those McLarens too. So again, you know, we're still in the phase of this regulation set where cars fall out of these races and they'll be trying to get through.
Yeah, attrition absolutely could be a part of it. Looking to Red Bull, we talked a lot about Max Verstappen and the incident that he had. His teammate Isaac Hadjar is going to line up in P8. We caught up with him in the pen.
It's like you felt like you've been in such a ride so far this weekend. If you feel it difficult as well, did the car feel any better in quali? So there are phases where you look close to it, you know, in terms of overall pace to the leaders.
I mean, I think we did the whole weekend in the car. I managed to do my best lap of the weekend on that final lap of Q3, which I'm happy with. Yeah, it's just not very comfortable. Also, with the deployment, I was not happy with what I had in the straights. So,
what are you feeling about tomorrow? Because it feels like the car and package and setup and balance has been unpredictable so far. So, what are you expecting out tomorrow, guys?
I think tomorrow is going to be interesting for me because I'm the last car of the top 8 of the big group, so hopefully I can create some opportunity for myself.
Yeah, best luck with that. Thanks.
Respondent from one side of the Red Bull garage with Hadjar, and I'm sure the feeling is similar with Max Verstappen. Let's hear what he had to say after his incident in Q3.
Hey Max, firstly, how are you feeling? Because that's a bit of a hit.
Yeah, it was all good. It's just always awkward to crash sideways. It's never the nicest way of crashing in a Formula 1 car.
Because at that point, you look really quick in the fight for pole, so do you think it was on?
The first two sectors were quite okay, but I knew that in the last sector Mercedes was very fast and probably hard to replicate what they were doing there. I knew for myself there was margin still, but I think even if we would have been P3, that would have been a very nice result for us. But then that final lap, I can't really explain why it felt like that, because already in turn 6 was the same thing on this like long combined entry. I had a big snap, it's a big moment, which was a bit odd because that corner normally always on the stairs. And then I went into turn 9 and the same happened. As soon as I turned the wheel, it just completely like snapped and it was not even like controllable anymore.
You're only a thick of it though tomorrow. It feels like you made some progress as well. You have P1 through to quali. You've got a car to go and take the fight from Mercedes and Ferrari?
I think we are a little bit behind Mercedes at least. And I think in Barcelona as well was like quite close-ish in qualifying, but then we were lacking in the race because that's still I think our weak point, and that's what we want to see tomorrow if we have any kind of improvements in race pace.
Well, best luck with that. Thanks.
Move for Max Verstappen seems decent, all things considered. He talked about a bit of margin there, but I mean, those Mercedes they were so quick in that final sector. It makes sense. That's where he was trying to find the extra time.
But he knew there was a little time, and he knew he was losing time. So when you're losing time, what do? You need to, you can look at what they've been doing, and you just go in there. He tried to use a little more track, get a little wider on the curve, turn up the curve, the front responds a little too fast and the rear just can't keep up. And it's just the nature. Look, the points, and it just doesn't give him anything. And it's not even that he turned aggressive or anything. It's just, this is the reality of this sport. That is the beauty of this sport, is people don't realize how far on the limit they drive the car and how on the edge they are, because it always looks so easy. You know, when you look at a replay of the lap, it looks like, you know, they're, you know, going for groceries when they're pushing like crazy. And the end result of when you get it wrong is this, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's really bad for him, but it's beautiful to see how far they push it.
You know, especially him, because that Red Bull has not looked like a pole car until he was on that lap, right? All weekend. So it gives you a sense of how far to the edge. And Verstappen's perspective is, okay, right, the Mercedes are quick in turn 9 and 10. I have to go quick in turn 9 and 10 if I want to set pole position. The flip side of some of the lightning quick qualifying laps we see from Max Verstappen is, and I sense the resignation in his voice as well, he knows there's a chance he's just going to drop it, and he's just dropped it. In that scenario, and he goes in there prepared to take that risk. And if you're not prepared to take that risk, then you're not going to set the laps that Max Verstappen sets at other places.
And that's just it. It's a rare mistake for Max Verstappen. He so often maximizes that. I do have to agree with him, though. Going in sideways in a Formula car, that's the least favorable way to do it. Don't go anywhere. We've got our final thoughts from our esteemed panel coming up right after this. We talk about the best of the rest. That was Racing Bulls here today, and Ariana Bravo caught up with Alan Tremaine of Racing Bulls.
Alan, lovely to chat with you today. Give us your feedback on how that qualifying session played out on both sides of the garage.
Pretty much perfectly, honestly. Both into Q3 with the 4 sets of tyres, like everyone's got ahead. But I think if I've got a quibble, we took 2 sets in Q1 and we should have probably done it on 1 set like Gasly did. However, the object of that is to have 2 sets into Q2, so that prepares you into Q3, and we did it anyway. So no complaints. A really good session.
A very solid session for the team. Coming into the qualifying session, is that where you imagined that you would be placed? Is that type of performance that you were expecting?
Yes, absolutely. From what we've seen from yesterday afternoon and this morning, we thought we were in quite a tight fight with Pierre, with Gasly, but I think we just had the edge on him with the 10.2 in Q2, so great stuff.
And when we now turn our attention to the race tomorrow, how are you feeling with that in terms of long run data that you've seen?
Quite good. It's certainly been a little bit of a weakness of this car. We saw in Barcelona we weren't quite as good as them, so we were actually much happier yesterday with our long run pace. And actually some setup changes we made overnight were biased towards race performance rather than quality performance. So we're feeling quite confident for tomorrow.
Lovely. Well, we look forward to seeing how you do. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Strong results there for Racing Bulls in a very tricky qualifying session here in Austria. Well, that is qualifying done and dusted. The grid is set. The scene is set for what is sure to be a very exciting Grand Prix tomorrow. And guys, we talked a lot about the top teams going into qualifying. We talked a lot about that midfield battle and who would be best of the rest. It ended up being the Racing Bulls, both drivers making it into Q3, 9th for Lawson, 10th for Lindblad. Very impressive performance.
A really impressive performance. They've got the car in the right place, and they seem to get drivers' mindset. I mean, you've seen it for years with that second Red Bull team. They get the driver's mindset in the right place. Around here, when you need to just make no mistakes, and you can pick up positions as well in lieu of drivers who've made mistakes. I think it put those two in a good spot. But what I'm really impressed with, and I think we're probably going to come on to them next, is the performance of Pierre Gasly in the Alpine. I thought that was a great lap from him with that updated car.
Yeah, tough to get it done. He's going to start 11th, just outside the points, but he has scored points in every Grand Prix but one so far. Right behind Gasly is Gabriel Bortoleto, who was very pleased with his qualifying lap. Let's hear from him.
Hey Gabby, not a million miles away from Q3 today. Cars obviously heavily upgraded. From your perspective and the good you were able to do at least out there, how happy you with what you got out of it?
I mean, I'm very happy about the weekend so far. I think I've done one of the best laps of my career today in this qualifying. It was like a proper insane lap. We were very quick in all the corners. Unfortunately, this weekend we know we have been suffering a lot with our engine. Still a bit unknown exactly why more than other weekends. But everyone has been working very well. We have fine-tuned the engine as well through the weekend, trying to optimize all the energy deployments. I think Neuburg and Hinderud have done a great work together with the track people, and we maximize the package we had today. And we keep pushing, we keep working, and there is a race tomorrow and points to try to get.
So on a personal level then, it must be satisfying. You're just getting the most out of the package. So I know it hasn't been the smoothest runs for you in the last several weeks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't feel like the last weekend I have been able to put the car in a window that I like to drive, and I also didn't manage to adapt fully with the car in the last weekend. While here, I think we have gone to a different direction, let's say. We have also brought an upgrade package that has worked in the direction that I like, and hopefully it's a moment that we can, bring the confidence back up and start building from here. Today qualifying with it.
Best luck, Frank.
Gabby Bortoletto, of course, getting his first points in Formula One at this circuit last season, and that was a heavily updated Audi one. He seems to be relatively happy. He says the car's more to his liking, but you thought maybe there should have been some more based on how they're talking.
But there's, you said it as well. The amount of things they changed, you would have thought it would make a huge step. And maybe it's the track, but they qualified 11 in Barcelona. So speed-wise, maybe the car feels better and the handling got better. But the question is, do they found enough downforce to make it better? Or was it more of changing maybe the bad habits of the car? Because sometimes you want to find something that is not a lot more downforce, but it takes all the bad habits out of the car.
But when you look at, we get some transcripts of the radios and we get an opportunity to look through the radios, they were working on that car all the way through to Q2. Like they were literally battling it. The amount of feedback coming back specifically from Hulkenberg actually, but also from Gabby, back to the quite yet.
And maybe that's just it. They feel that the positivity's coming. Maybe it's going to come tomorrow in the race. Speaking of tomorrow in the race, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. 2 days of the weekend down, just race day remains. We're going to be live at 1:50 local time for your pre-race show. Always have some excellent interviews, features, and insight on that. And then, of course, the Formula One Lenovo Austrian Grand Prix 2026 edition starts at 3 p.m. Insight and analysis on everything that transpires in what's sure to be a very exciting Grand Prix. All right, so we see this man right here. He's going to be starting on the outside of the front row. But Alex, these Ferraris, we know they're quick off the line. You don't even have to lead into turn one here because it gives you such a good run into three if you're second sitting in that truck.
It is a really tricky pole position here. You're on the left-hand side, which is the clean side, but it also opens up the inside for a lunge if you don't get away. Then you've got a big drag up to 3 and a big drag down to 4 to try and defend. It's really hard to stay ahead in general, but especially on the first half.
Juan, these cars start with full race fuel, obviously. It's a lot of extra weight. That hurts you in brake zones. So you're going into turn 3 for that first time. You're getting up to speed. Tires aren't totally there. Car's way heavier than what you experienced before. Brakes might not be there. How difficult is it to navigate that brake zone, especially if you're in the second, third, fourth row?
It becomes really difficult because your last reference was this. It was like, 10-10, low fuel, everything, maximize grip, and you feel like, I think I can go a little bit there. And the problem is, if they're single file, it's fine, but as soon as they get 2x2, the minimum speed is slows down by 20, 30 kilometers an hour, so people, what you think that people are going to do, they're going a lot slower, and you're going to start running into them. If you manage to stop, maybe the guy behind you doesn't manage to stop, and it becomes really crazy. What's really interesting is gotta get it completely right. If I was gonna be a betting person, Antonelli's gonna go for it completely 10-10, and hopefully he gets it right. And this is the situation that somebody needs to make sure they talk to him and say, look, we've got a fast enough car, let's be calm, just make it through the first lap. But knowing him,
It seemed like the race, or one of the key races that pivoted the championship back into Lando Norris's favor. Let's see if the same can happen for George Russell tomorrow. Real quick, guys, predictions.
Predictions, I am still gonna say Hamilton, based around the time management of the Ferrari. Let's phase it down. I think they'll be in the hot temperatures. They'll be able to manage those cars through to the finish. It's going to be a long, hot race. I think it's going to be a great battle between Ferrari and Mercedes.
I agree. I think it's going to be a great battle. I think you're going to end up with mixed because somebody's going to do a different strategy and it's going to play out. I still believe if George leads out of turn 3, he should win the race. And then I would go Hamilton, Antonelli, Leclerc. I think it's going to be those 4.
I'll go totally different. I'm sticking Ferrari, but I'll go Shaw. Charles gets his first win of the season.
And then?
Yes, another car.
Okay. Silver?
Silver, papaya, red, blue, and there's all sorts of colors. It's great. It's the rainbow of colors.
This is the analysis they love.
This is why you guys tune in to the post shows. And on that note, thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks to Alex Jakes and Julian Palmer up in commentary, along with Alex Brundle, Juan Pablo Montoya joining me down here in pit lane and the paddock. And thanks to you guys for watching. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, 1:50 local time for the start of the pre-race show ahead of the Austrian Grand Prix. We'll see you then.
Continue the title battle here in Spielberg. 71 laps across a 2.6 mile circuit. It is power sensitive, great overtaking opportunities, and big stops to test the braking capabilities of these Formula One cars. Not ideal for one Red Bull, not ideal for the other one. That's why we have a yellow flag in the pit lane. On the curve for Kimi Antonelli, just coaxing it to the left, finding that rumbled entry curve and having a lock-up, and it's a double front lock-up for Fernando Alonso as well. Everyone struggling on the brakes. You can attack in these early laps, you get run off there, and plenty using them. Same thing again for Max Verstappen. He's tried to venture out of the pit lane, and they've been pushed back, so interrupted the first practice session, the 4-time champ and multiple winner around the circuit. Really frustrating first 15 minutes for Red Bull, and Max Verstappen not venturing out. Neither has Isaac Hadjar. Hydraulic issue for Lando Norris, who is mired in the pit lane as well. The two Mercedes contenders, see your picture now, heading into the Jochen Rindt curve. 10th and final corner for the Audi. Here's Hulkenberg over the line, and also you can see right hand side, and Max Verstappen finally out there on the race. Give Mercedes a little bit of competition then, because right now they're the only team tracking on with it in a sensible run. Verstappen straight out there on a soft, straight into the mix, up into third place then in the upgraded Red Bull. And so making up for a little bit of lost time. Piastri out there as well. Nice view of the final couple of corners. Hulkenberg was oversteering his way in. Keeps tidy from Piastri. No frills there. And through he goes to get a time on the board and jump up into fourth.
Deep with a double lock-up into turn 3, where he claims 106th Grand Prix victory and his first with Ferrari at the last event. Dino Bogdanovic, first turn of the racetrack, and he goes deep. This is what it looked like on board.
It's about 75 metres. And then brake initially hard, blend off the pedal as the speed drops and find the turning point, but hanging on to that brake a little long. All right, should we do a little mini qualifying then for FP1? Antonelli v Russell. Russell's just starting a flying lap behind him right now. Soft tyres on. They've both had a good run on the medium to get their eye in. And it's the first taste of Antonelli versus Russell, really, on this tyre. So there we go. We bring up George Russell's time on the bottom, and we can see as Antonelli sweeps in towards turn 6, how they can execute this lap. Advantage Antonelli through the first sector. That is just turn 1. And some straight lines. And now we're finding the grip on that soft tyre. Then you can lean on it. You get loads of traction, particularly through the exit of those slow corners at 3 and 4 down the hill. Early for turn 8, and then through the final turn as well. The active aero drive into the line, so a load of the lap time for Antonelli coming in the middle sector. That's where Russell is now as we pick him up.
Adrift at the moment by 2.5 tenths of a second. We've got the high-speed corners that will send him back to the line.
That's a bit of trouble at the moment.
The downshift there a little bit later for Russell. And downshifting so early, using the downforce to get through the gear. Russell not doing that. Looked like he was on the edge of a bit of understeer through the fast stuff, but he was quick with it, and he's 1/10 slower than his teammate, and that deficit was in the middle sector.
That's Fernando Alonso dipping the wheel on the gravel at turn 8.
Yeah, understeer 4 out of 5 for Alonso there. Was that Brown slipping through the gravel?
It was. Luke Browning across the line. Hulkenberg directly behind it. Fifth fast.
Struggling quite a lot with these brakes. You know, like every time I hit the pedal, it's a lottery as to how much trouble I have. Copy, understood.
Antonelli braked so much later than Russell at turn 4. So that's this corner coming down the hill. It's the easiest corner to lock up. It's not forgiving on the brakes, unlike the previous two. So as we jump on board Isaac and Hajar, picks the brakes just about 100 metres. Doesn't quite get to the apex curve. He can nibble at, and he's got a little bit more to come on the exit as well. But this is Hajar's first flyer that we're seeing. But there was a massive difference in confidence, Antonelli compared to Russell, as I'm not so busy looking at the screen. Russell was getting a little bit back on the exit, but yeah, the confidence that Kimi's got there on the brakes, and that's presumably where he made up a chunk of the time in the middle sector.
He's just lowered that benchmark time in the final third of the lap. He's a 20.5 in the final third of the lap, as you see, and as you heard from Jolyon. Actually, confidence into turn 4 has still left him at the top of the pile. The 23 minutes there. Antonelli Russell, other nimble, finding himself in third. Here's a man who is on the soft tyre, Pierre Gasly, scoring every round of the season so far. So much understeer, brushing the gravel, and then having to save the car and exit.
I thought we illustrated from Gasly there the perils of braking late at turn 4. Picked up a little bit of wheel spin on the exit there, a little bit deeper on the throttle pedal, the exit of turn 4. You've got a load of steering angle on. As the Toronto front pull the power. It's fairly sharp for the McLaren through turn 7. 2 corners to go then. Over the crest and find your brake. Again, early downshift for that one. And then into the final turn as well with the Ferrari just in front as he starts to slide. thought that's what you want to do when you put on a soft. Join the dots, don't slide around too much, as Sergio Perez just did at turn 4.
Yeah, I looked initial. It's everything back on.
Didn't look good. And then and crack on with it. And he's just always had great form around this track. And Luke Browning switches beyond turn number 1 in the Williams. So I mentioned he's done a few FP1s there, but that was a driver that's not completely comfortable with the car.
Dino Bogdanovic, another rookie in the field. Very close to Bollard with the apex of 10 and having to collect it up on the exit. Spectacular, not the fastest race.
Holy smokes, not his car. Charles Leclerc watching on from somewhere with his eyes probably hidden behind his hands at that point. And we've got a stricken. Checo, that must be then, up towards turn.
Yes. He's been nursing that for a while, hasn't he?
All the rookies, apart from Bogdanovic in the Ferrari. Very, very solid from Bottas in the upgraded Cadillac, so they'll be happy with that. They're obviously going to have to troubleshoot this one, which Checo's been doing from the wheel for a while, and there we go, finally cut out, and bad place to stop as well, because you are on that steep hill.
Then having to sit out of this session. But good to see some young talent in the field. Kimi Antonelli ahead of George Russell, the Mercedes with a 1-2 as they seek to bounce back after being beaten in Barcelona. Oscar Piastri in third ahead of Max Verstappen, who is chasing a better balance with that car. Understeer plenty for Red Bull in that session. Lewis Hamilton reported issues with the brakes out of Lingard. Very strong P6 from Racing Bulls. Lando Norris had a hydraulic issue. The top 10 completed by Franco Colapinto, rookie Dino Bogdanovic, and Oliver Behrman is in the 10th. Next up was Nico Hulkenberg, and then it's Isaac Hadjar in P12, Valtteri Bottas in 13th, and then Gasly ahead of Wasser. Alexander Albon was ahead of Paul Aron, who has been loaned to Audi for those sessions, and then it was Browning ahead of Hirakawa, and Jack Thornton finding himself in 20th. Sergio Perez in 21st, and Fernando Alonso completing the field. Hello again, everyone. It is the Austrian Grand Prix weekend, and we're continuing it right now with second practice as our journey across the globe to crown a champion team and driver continues.
Hulkenberg will be the first driver then to launch into a flying lap as the Red Bulls trundle out of the pit lane. So Hadjar ahead of Verstappen, and whoops, off we go straight away with Hulk. Well, very bizarre one, like the seat's not mounted incorrectly in there. and he's shuffled down in the cockpit. It's been a day of odd Max complaints, hasn't it? Sergio Perez ground to a halt about there at the end of FP1, give or take a few meters, and he's heading out there. He will hope with the car fully operational as a big upgrade to both platforms. There's all sorts going on at the moment. Something in the cockpit on the left-hand side, he's banging his elbow on. As you can see, not a lot of clearance for the drivers. Strange cockpit complaint from Verstappen and now Bottas.
I had the same.
Copy that. Slow in. And there he is, off the road. And what a disappointment. Poor Cadillac would have loved all the run time they could have got. And the issue from FP1 has not been fixed. And he will get no meaningful running in FP2. Understeer for Russell, bit of understeer for Colapinto. Both of them result in a missed apex. For Colapinto, it means a brush with the gravel as well. Exit of turn 6. The track limits classic. Perfectly in line with the exit of that corner. And there's Lando Norris, winner last year, taking a long route down, but turn 3 in the club. As Norris goes off the road again. So Lando Norris, same corner that we saw a few moments ago, and more dramatic this time, different re-entry point, but still going crucially in the session. Let's have a look. You can pump on the brakes late and hard. De Vries just goes light. It's actually not really on the brakes. It's on the brake release there for Lando. We saw him absolutely abusing this apex curve earlier on. He's trying to take it again, but just lateral load on the car, I think. And Cadillac's tough day continues.
Smoke in the cockpit. Yeah. Sorry about that, mate. We're trying to figure out what's happened here.
So coming from the underside of the car, so the car's just scraping a lot. You can see the sparks being caused by the car having dropped down there. The smoke in the cockpit for Valtteri Bottas. We'll try and bring it back to the pit lane. This is a vastly updated car. It's the first time they've brought a substantial overhaul of the package in their first ever Formula 1 season. Soft tyres for Piastri as well. Here we go, main picture, up onto one of those curves that can do the damage to your left-hand side of your front wing or other components further back. Oscar riding it, not running over it, that's okay, but he's not up on Kimi Antonelli in the first section. This is where Norris had a spin. Sling it in towards an apex, rotated the car through to an exit, straighten it off and punch out down the hill towards turn 4. Right on the brakes there for Oscar, but he manages to find the front end. But the car stopped and turned as well. A little bit of a headwind there maybe now is allowing them just another few metres to brake later and take that confidence. Look good and on the nose through 6. A couple of real corners to go then. 9 and 10 ahead of Oscar Piastri. Up over the crest of the hill and down to the start-finish line for the driver. Second on the road here 1 year ago. And he goes auto clear on that soft tyre. It's not up on Piastri, but you've got 2 big braking zones and then crucially 2 big traction zones where you can find a decent amount with a new soft tyre. So that's what Hamilton's on right now. 10th and a half down on Piastri with 2 corners to go, sweeping it through turn 9. Able to get over plenty of the apex curve in turn 10, run that, come through, but he's dropping times in the McLaren all the way through. It's got a comparison close to the first sector. Really nice. Getting that fishtailing like you saw in FP1. Yeah, he's out wide on the curb there as well. So even with the new softs, you're now obviously jumping on the gas a little bit quicker and a little bit harder, and it's meaning the rear tyres are having to work. So it's quick for him through turn 7. As he got now the rear tyres still in check, even over 1 lap, you start sliding them early, they can get away from you. But is it still there for Lando through the final couple of corners? Lando Norris taking it to the line, and Lando Norris going into second position. Scorching first sector for Kimi Antonelli, 16.7 for him. All the way up the hill. Let's see how brave he goes into turn 4. So he's nibbled down his own personal best that the others couldn't match. Russell quicker than Piastri, slower than Antonelli. using everything coming out of turn 3. Antonelli's quite wide through 6, and that's where the McLarens are looking pretty quick. So we know Piastri's final sector was good compared to Norris. Can it be good compared to Antonelli? Antonelli sat on the back foot compared to his teammate through these 2 corners on his way to the fastest time. Russell was strong in sector 3 earlier on. Antonelli does find time in that 3rd sector, having done a 107.2. Russell, with time to chase, is where he's been effective before. He's got a little bit too much understeer through turn 6 again. Actually a little bit wide with what looked like understeer initially, missing the apex of 9. Then he maybe got out wide onto the dirtier stuff and caught an oversteer, and it culminates in quite a messy final sector there for George. Decent through half the lap, but as the speed built, started washing. Now, Antonelli fastest in the 1st and 3rd sectors. Lando Norris, the benchmark, in the middle part of the lap. Oh, that is high speed for Lando Norris, and he caught it. Second lap on a soft tyre, so the rears start to go away, and then how much confidence can you have through the final sector if you've just done that through turn 8? Surely he can't pin it now through these 2, and the time just goes away from him there. See what Verstappen can go on this soft tyre. Not happy with his seat earlier on. We were talking on the radio about rear locking being an issue for him. Looking up the penultimate corner pretty well. You can hear it rumbling over the curbs. What's the car got in the high speed? 5 times a winner around here. Goes into 4th, and he's half a second away. Leclerc's keeping it as is for the lap, and he's almost finds a cam dust off to the barrier at turn 9. That's a nice illustration of the lap, but not the easiest by the looks of things for Charles Leclerc. This time it's Max Verstappen. So far it's Kimi Antonelli, the driver to beat. Oscar Piastri in 2nd, Lando Norris is in 3rd. Then it is Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell with time to find was chasing the balance in that Mercedes in comparison to the committed performance through the corners we saw from Kimi Antonelli. The top 10 is completed by Hadjar, who is unhappy with the lack of power, then Charles Leclerc, Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto rounding out the top 10 for Audi. Next was Pierre Gasly, ahead of Arvid Lundblad, and then it is Ollie Fairman ahead of Nico Hulkenberg. Esteban Ocon, P15, ahead of Franco Colapinto, and then it's Alex Albon ahead of teammate Carlos Sainz, the Williams pair ahead of the Aston pair of Alonso and Stroll. Stroll in P20, and issues for both Cadillac drivers. Bottas with an issue with the floor, and Sergio Perez falling to a halt as he quit in FP1. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Austrian Grand Prix weekend. It is qualifying day, but before we reach that crucial hour, one last practice session for teams and drivers. Perfect the setup underneath them. Oh my word, Sergio over the curbs and going deep into turn 1. And I like for Perez bouncing over those curbs. So he's literally straddled it, and you can see the car is just losing contact patch of the tyre. So that it's literally going up in the air, bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Very happy with it. Trying to find consistency of balance yesterday. There are a few other drivability issues on the power unit side. And we will see if this heavily upgraded Red Bull can yield them a little bit of lap time. Agile through the final turn on the hard tyre. Should still go to the top of the times and does. Oh, Alex Albon collects it, getting on the power early and having to mop up the results on the exit. He's in 10th position ahead of him. Guys are smooth. Look, you're almost sort of underdriving it. It's so smooth through the wheel there. It's feeling the limit of grip, turning it in, not having to control any sort of sliding from the rear, waiting to squeeze on the gas. Neat and tidy, and McLaren's talking to him. And he needs that, you feel, after the chastening time he had in Barcelona. Asked about him in the press conference on Thursday, said he had answers to why he was uncompetitive by his Lexi standards at the last Grand Prix that we had. The McLaren separated by 0.04 of a second. They are looking strong. We heard George Russell in the build-up saying that Mercedes started the weekend exactly where they wanted to be, and then McLaren took a step forward. Let's see if Antonelli can beat them. A lot of speed into that right-hander. He's later on the brakes, taking speed all the way past the apex, and then being off the corner and getting through the exit. It's coming towards Antonelli. Verstappen's on a good lap as well, just behind him, but will stay with Kimi for the final couple of turns. He's hit hot again for turn 9. Getting rotation out of the final corner, a little bit of slipstream as well will help him out, and that is 3 purple sectors. Antonelli kicks on from yesterday. Superb to ride on board with a driver just oozing confidence. Let's see Max Verstappen's response trackside as he makes his way through. A 10th away from Antonelli. It's not bad at all at 2/3 distance. It's a much better start than for a driver that wasn't happy with the balance on both axles at different times.
Constant good interference. I need to change my earbuds and listen to balaclava. It's something really off.
My seat behind my left shoulder was actually something stuck behind my shoulder blades.
Copy. Well, welcome friends to our brand new broadcast. Seat issues in Formula One. Prototype technology. Finest engineers and designers in the world, and we can't bolt a seat in. And McLaren and a Red Bull at certain points this weekend. So there's a little bit more gubbins around the driver, and maybe that's why we're seeing more seat issues and comfort issues for the drivers as Hamilton leans on it. Again, that Ferrari's always been pointy on the front end this year, and it's the case once again. Russell's improved to go second on a second flyer. Hamilton improved to go third. Encouraging lap for George Russell, because the gap had been sizable yesterday, and that's got to be within 2/10 of Kimi Antonelli. Oh, that's a major moment for Carlos Sainz, but there's Adam. Let's see what Max can do on a second flyer then in this Red Bull. We've got the faster drone out there as well, trying to keep up with the Red Bull, goes past the Audi. And that is a very impressive middle sector of the racetrack. Get out around the gravel. Shot of Verstappen. Verstappen 2/10 of a second away. George Russell, heavy braking into turn 3. It's a best out, that's very off.
Really bad straight line braking on the front axle.
I'm sure he clapped the downshift as well before he actually hit the brakes. It's out. Top left. Oh, man, that is aggressive into turn 10. Super quick. That is super quick. Let's have a look at turn 3. We've got Russell had an oddity before. Oh, that looks so fast for Antonelli. He is on fire right now, Kimi Antonelli. On board with the Spanish driver in turn 9. Second run out wide. That one I think would just jump out of the way of the car behind, but he's rubbering in the runoff. Carlos Sainz pretty nicely in this session.
I cannot turn the car still, so there's something wrong at the front.
And he's back to the pits. Max Verstappen moves up to second place. Second season for Ollie Behrman, second full season for Ollie Behrman. Sometimes when a driver's getting big results like he had in Mexico, he's in the headlines, everyone's looking at him. When it's not working and you're not in the top 10 as much, you don't get that. From your point of view, what he added in his second full season that he didn't have in his first full campaign with the team?
And actually, quite a lot. He made a really big step, over the winter. And then this year, his team, he started where he left it off with, but his feedback is more accurate. And also, with the brand new regulation, we rely more on the driver feedback. I mean, that is better. And also, to get maximum out of PU, etc. He needs to really work integrated with the, PU guys as well as the chassis guys, and he's doing that. So, yeah, I'm really happy what we've seen with him.
And I say he's done such a good, consistent job. Getting quite slidey oversteer through the exit of the corner as we watch him jump up to third. Ayako Assen too principal at pass as we see a lock-up for Charles Leclerc. Oh, fighting the car now. So the tyres have done one flying lap and a couple of corners. Past their best, but the track's getting better. That's the trade-off. He's using a bit of entry curve, which I haven't seen before for George. So getting more confident with that. Winding the lock on for the final turn. There we go. Well, he has been superb. Another form guide for you. That final sector, if he is in with a shout of about 1/10 of a second, 2/3 of the lap, he's still got a chance because he's been ultra committed through those final two corners, and he's now fastest of anyone so far. He's chipped away at it, he's reached the gap down. Frustration for Hadja.
What's happening turn 1 and turn 2? I can't see that, let's not acting like I'm breaking hard, okay? The thing just locks up completely.
I think.
I'll tell you what, this would be a major surprise if right at the end of what looks to have been a slam dunk Antonelli session, Russell pits him by 400s. But that's where we're heading unless Kimi can find something, and he's going to find the pit lane coming to the right-hand side. So, has George Russell dug himself out of what looked to be a little... And a circuit where he's been on pole before. That was at 2/3 distance, 3/10 away. We're in for some battle for pole position. I think we're set for a really entertaining battle for pole position. George Russell has usurped his teammate. He is the lead car heading into qualifying. Kimi Antonelli in second, and Hamilton able to improve as the session went through. Have we yet seen the full pace from that Ferrari power unit though? He's in third. Fourth is Oscar Piastri. Then it's Lando Norris in fifth. Max Verstappen is P6. Charles Leclerc in seventh for Ferrari, and then it is Hadjar, who is ahead of Lawson and Lindblad. A good session for the Racing Bulls. Pierre Gasly is in 11th, ahead of Nico Hulkenberg and Gabriel Bortoleto. Franco Colapinto is 14th for Alpine. Oliver Behrman in 15th, ahead of his teammate Esteban Ocon. Sainz is ahead of his teammate Alexander Albon, and then it is Perez ahead of his teammate Valtteri Bottas. You see where this is going as we get to Fernando Alonso in 21st place. And Lance Stroll completes the order. It is. Yeah. The first part of qualifying to me is looking tough. Obviously the Cadillac and Aston Martin, but Williams as well. Add in Esteban Ocon, who sat out FP1 and hasn't looked comfortable, and they are sort of 7 threats to 6 places in Q1, and that's why they've all gone pretty early. And as you can see on the left-hand side, Ocon just shading Alex Albon in what will probably be the battle to escape Q1. Over the line we go with Max Verstappen now, and he goes ahead of George Russell by 0.4 of a second. Then we go into 6th then, as we cut away to get a shot at the brush gravel there for Antonelli, and stay clear of it with the fastest middle sector.
They seem to look stupid by millimetres, which you would call perfection.
He's been running that close to it all the way through the weekend, and he's devastating in the middle part of the circuit. There's the 9 at the end as well, same through 9 and 10. Tidy lap for Antonelli. He is top of the pile. Now, second runs, Sainz escapes. the drop zone at the moment. What can Alex Albon do over the line in the second Williams? He goes ahead of Carlos Sainz. Crucial lap for him.
Yeah, this is the meaningful bit for a Q1, really. Everyone else is trying to dial through into Q2 and Q3, but with the field spread that we've seen, it looks like we have those 7 contenders for 6 spots. Alonso will surely be in them because Aston Martin have been woeful so far this weekend. He's in a private battle with Lance Stroll.
See what Bottas can do in the second Cadillac here. Two-time winner of this Grand Prix, and he's behind his teammate. This was a dramatic lap for Hulkenberg, trying to summon grip from the Pirellis that wasn't there and bouncing off the apex curve as a result at 10.
Yeah, does he hit the inside corner? Yeah, misses it, but I think he dipped into bottom out in the corner, and that gave him some lacking load in the front axle.
Let's watch Colapinto over the line, so he goes ahead of his teammate, but this is crucial. The one-time Grand Prix winner, Esteban Ocon, Tavero wide open, and he improves. That final sector was excellent. That was what he needed. He's up to 13th.
So pressure on the Williams duo. Sainz, one corner to go, bouncing off the curb.
Oh, he's nearly dropped it at the final corner. Time ebbing away, but Sainz improves to 14th. But crucially, he's behind Ocon, who has found the improvement. And now, Alex Albon across the line. He does not find an improvement and remains in the drop zone. Oh, Bortoletto's hit the gravel, though, leaves him vulnerable as it stands. Big improvements in terms of time, but he's lost time through the gravel there.
Now you're hanging on to it, spiking those rear temps. How much can you commit to the fast corners? Coaxes it in.
Oh, he's ragging this car through the final corners. He looked capable of dropping in at the final 4 corners of the racetrack, but it adds up to the 12th fastest time. Gabriel Bortoletto, point scorer here last year, finds his way through. His teammate is in the drop zone and needs a lap to eliminate Carlos Sainz. Hulkenberg across the line, and can he get there? He will get there, and he'll get up to 15th place. It's Sainz, Albon, Perez, Bottas, Alonso and Stroll eliminated in the first part of qualifying. That's Alex Albon's chances of progressing disappearing at the first corner. At the final corner, Carlos Sainz attacking, and then the correcting moment. The oversteer, the rear end snapping away in time, ebbing away from the lap of all.
Norris winning some through the final couple of corners.
Oh, he nearly dropped it at 9, he nearly dropped it at 10. Lando Norris out there on his own, really trying something different, trying to play himself in, and it's a 107.3. Behrman working his way through the last turn, goes ahead of teammate Esteban Ocon across the line. He's in 8th. Ocon is in 9th. Here's Gasly. Had a spin here last year at that corner, and he was collecting it again out of turn 10. He goes ahead. Best of the rest race. He finds himself ahead of Lawson and Lindblom.
Dropped it there last year. He tried his best to do it again before a nice bit of opposite luck. Save today. Lovely bit of drifting. Hadjar comes through in the Red Bull and gets ahead of Max. I don't think Max is being paid by the lap today, because he's only done 1 flying lap in Q1, 1 flying lap in Q2.
Over the line goes Hulkenberg, and Gasly at the second sector is 2 thousandths up on Max Verstappen.
Yeah, Gasly is the threat here, was in 11th place, doesn't have too much to find. Bortoletto is not miles away from Max, he's only 1/10, so here we go. Pierre Gasly to knock Verstappen out.
Gasly collects it on turn 10, and he misses out by 400ths. Red Bull will breathe again. Gasly, Bortoletto, Behrman, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Colapinto. The drivers eliminated. Gasly getting very close.
Felt like a very good lap coming with you. We are not, unfortunately.
Verstappen now has 2 corners to go, and he has always been electric around this circuit. Can he give himself another opportunity? Can he get ahead of Lando Norris and put pressure on the Mercedes drivers? It's a 106.4. Max Verstappen steps forward with a great first effort. How does Piastri respond to it? He comes across the line now. Great final sector. He's P2 ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, super impressive there. The confidence of the man who knew where to keep the race car. And Leclerc, well, a little bit shy. He was scratching his head for 3/10.
Okay, final sector for Antonelli. He is not on terms with Max Verstappen, the 4-time champ, finding a magic lap and it's been Mercedes topping the timing page for every session so far. But Kimi Antonelli goes over the line. Oh, he finds something magic in the final sector. Fastest of anyone in that final sector, and on provisional pole by 600ths. Russell responds, and it's a Mercedes 1-2, but look at the margin of the top three.
Can I go for a second lap?
Negative.
Oh, he's supposed to have a bank of fuel. Why?
So Hamilton wants a second lap, saying they should have another lap of fuel on board for a just-in-case moment, and the just-in-case is this, in hot, no banker on the board for Lewis.
Big improvements to be found in that first sector, but it is the middle part of the lap where Verstappen was so strong as well. Let's see what Hamilton can do. 2/3 of the lap, he's up by 0.2 of a second. It's time to declare this anyone's game.
Wow, huge middle sector for Lewis Hamilton. He is right.
Provisionally there at the moment. Charles Leclerc going even quicker. Norris is in the hunt as well. This is an amazing battle for pole position. Leclerc was at the front here for 2019. The man from Monaco across the line, and he goes to provisional pole.
Russell beats their first sector. Verstappen's out there trying to improve again, and he does a mighty...
Mercedes, there he loses his chasing pole. Max Verstappen into the gravel and hit. Into the wall, chasing pole position. The yellow flag is out, and it's Ferrari 1 and 2, Mercedes 3 and 4.
And that will be that. Antonelli was flying, Russell was flying. There will be no response.
Getting it done immediately on the first run was crucial, because moments like that happen so often. George Russell goes to provisional pole. George Russell goes over the line, but the yellow flag was out.
So you've got Antonelli backing off from a personal best first and second sector. Russell comes through and improves. We haven't seen the final sector. He hasn't done the fastest final sector of anyone. He's arguing that he's lifted off, and the stewards will have a look.
Well, that is the definition of controversial. Let's go on board with George Russell and look at the signals that he gets. Listen in.
Lifted end with back corner. Lost a lot of time.
Basti to back off enough to improve his time, but acknowledge the yellow flag. And he gets pole position for the Austrian Grand Prix as a result. Alongside him on the front row, Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton in third. Kimi Antonelli having to back off because of the Verstappen crash in fourth. Verstappen going all in, mighty effort, unrewarded. And it was Norris ahead of Piastri. The top 10 completed by Hadjar, Lawson and Arvid Lindblad. Next is Pierre Gasly. He's ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto. And then it is Behrman, Hulkenberg and Ocon. Franco Colapinto is ahead of Carlos Sainz, who qualified his teammate Alex Albon. Same applies to Perez. He's ahead of Bottas. And the same continues to the back row of the grid, which is occupied by Fernando Alonso and Lance Stroll.
And we are go for the sprint race here at the Red Bull Ring. Great launch from John Bennett, and he will fire his way into the lead of the race immediately, going up towards the first corner. Sebastian Montoya trying to hang on to second, round the outside. Villa Gomez is in third. Oligartha in the orange MP is fourth. Kusanopo Intrapubizak off the circuit briefly rejoining, and the train now makes its way up to turn 3. Montoya will be on the attack
coming up towards turn 3. Kamara in the yellow Invicta is sandwiched between Nicholas Solov, who's been tagged into a spin. Gurther is round, Intraprubatak off as well. One of the AIX drivers caught up, all kicked off in the middle of the pack there, Alex Prunger.
Yeah, one of the dams involved as well. We've got Montoya having a look for the lead then, down the outside of turn 4. He wants to regain it. He can't regain it at this stage. Very likely to be a safety car as one of those cars who stopped at turn 4. So track position critical at this point.
Yeah, through turn 6 and Montoya knows it. He's trying his best to get through, but won't have an opportunity until the end of the safety car. Great launch off the line, wasn't it, from Bennett?
It's also a really good launch from Gomez, from third position. He comes across the road. Bennett has the inside line on Sebastian Montoya.
Yep, and then Dirksen, I think, may have caused the other incident. Let's watch on board from Kamar. And there's the tag. Yeah.
The lightest of touches, but it's just enough, isn't it?
There's some board with Ollie Gerth then.
See what's going to play out for Ollie Gerth. Going to the outside of Villa Gomez. He's just going to get elected here with Intraprubatak, and then after that...
Unbelievable, but nothing I can do.
So he's going to look to the outside there in the background. Rafa Kamara selling the dummy on Gabriele Mini, and he's through into 4th place.
Great move on Mini there, and you've got Alex Dunn trying to add to the punishment through the exit of turn 3, and I think he's going to get through, Chris.
Down towards turn 4, Kamara looking in his mirrors. Look at Montoya, he thinks he's found a space on the inside, has to back out because of this fight. Villa Gomez has escaped from the battle behind and is starting to join them as Dunn now got the switch back on Kamara. We jump on board with the Brazilian driver side by side with one of his championship rivals, Alex Dunn, trying to go around the outside of Kamara, holding on to 4th place. Here's a replay of this move from Kamara, Alex.
Going to head down the inside of Gabriele Mini. That is beautifully done, using the topography of the circuit to make it happen. Then it is a look back down the outside, but that's actually Alex Dunn who followed him through in turn 3.
The RS will become... enabled very shortly, and then that's when Montoya will certainly be on the attack as Nicholas Solov makes a place coming up to turn 1. And Montoya now looking to get the undercut on the exit, and all of this just bringing Villa Gomez even closer to the fight for the lead. And now John Bennett's there, almost attacked from Montoya. 2 drivers chasing their first win in Formula 2. Lap 8 of 28, still a long way to go, but is Montoya fancying a lunge up the inside? I think he is. Looks to the inside now of Bennett, who almost squeezes him on the inside, but Sebastian Montoya has made his intent clear. He wants to take the lead away. Through into the lead of the race.
Pops out late, benefit of the DRS. Bennett very fair with him, it must be said.
This is really heating up, isn't it? 6 for the lead as Belinsky doing a great move there. Up to P7 now is the Polish driver.
Both cars on the DRS. Looks like it's going to be down to turn 4. Solov has a lot of overspeed, but then gives him a lot of space on the apex, and it's a nicely performed move.
Shame for Dirksen, who has been told to come in and retire from the race. His day not going so well. This is Chris Miney going by Noel Leon.
Late lunge. Down to turn 3. Leon felt like he was going to be able to cut up and under, and he did so. But Miney just brave on the brakes.
Right, is Alex Dunn going to go through? No. Happy to stay behind up into turn 3, but a great exit out of the corner, and this could be an opportunity now for Alex Dunn to make a move on Rafa Kamara. This is the closest he's been, and he's going to move to the inside, down into turn 4, change for P4. Alex Dunn through Rafa Kamara, happy to let him go through that. Oh, Colton Herter is off. We're watching for the silver high-tech into... let's see. Oh, he just comes to a stop on the exit, doesn't he? And then that's one of the tridents of Van Hoopen going into the back of him.
And there we go, change for position. Mini down the inside of Kamara. This could be a change for 5th place. The Invicta driver going back on the exit. But can Gabriele Mini complete the move into turn 6? He's going to go down the inside. Kamara around the outside just does not have the grit to hold on. And Gabriele Mini's through to 5th place. A little bit deep on the brakes, but good enough to complete it. Round turn 6 here.
I think it's more of a fight as we get closer to the end of the race there. But Kamara sort of up the inside of Boyer.
Junior. PRS.
Against the Rangers. And speaking of the draft and all that good stuff, how about the NBA draft? The Raptors' first-round draft pick, Alan Graves, in the building to cheer on the Jays, throwing out the first pitch. The Santa Clara forward was selected 19th overall by Toronto back on Tuesday. The first inning struggles continued for the Jays, unfortunately. Patrick Corbin getting to start against his former team. Top of 1-2 on nobody. Now 2-0. Runners on the corners, and it's Ezekiel Duran with the laser. Another run scores, and over the last 7 games, the Jays have been outscored 14-1 in the first inning. Texas out in front. It is 3-0. Let's go to the 8th. It's now 5-0. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the dish with 2 on. Batting hit the guys. It's a home run. That's no one. We'll take it. Cashing in a pair of runs brings the Jays within 3. Next batter is Kaz Okamoto, and Okamoto has been the Jays MVP so far this season, and that is gone. 2-run shot is his 19th home run of the season. Jays now within 1. A few batters later, Alejandro Kirk with the tying run on. Kirk, what do you got, big fella? Well, that would do it for the rally, as Toronto has now lost 4 in a row. All right, still inside Sports Center, Canada.
Have you ever walked into a room and forgotten why you went there? Or do you ever experience brain fog? Introducing Clear Brain by New Nordic. Improve your memory, enhance your cognitive function, and help protect against cell damage caused by free radicals. Clear Brain is combining clinically proven natural ingredients like ginkgo, L-theanine, broccoli sprouts, and walnut extract. Try Scandinavia's #1 selling cognitive health supplement. Order it online at newnordic.ca and Amazon. Also available at local pharmacy retailers. Business doesn't wait for someday, and neither do we. As Canadians, we know it's not just your business, it's your future, and it matters. It's a foundation your neighbors depend on, and supports the life you're building. Merchant Growth, proud to fuel what's next.
Matt, what are you doing? Wearing that old school fishnet-like bathing suit?
You're cheating for no reason. Yeah, but all bathing suits do the same thing. That's exactly why we created these.
The man-made swim short has a built-in box reef liner that stays in place, prevents chafing, and it dries fast.
Come up the pouch.
And there's a pouch that keeps the voice comfortable and supportive.
Oh, wow, sure the first
No. Just cover the point. The man-made swim short. Functional.
So, tell me what you want, what you really want.
No, I'll tell you what I want, what I really want.
Subway's new wannabe spicy menu. Come on, do I and wicked. All freshly prepared a new ghost pepper bread. How spicy do you want to be?
Men, are you urinating more often? Reduce the symptoms of BPH with Super Beta Prostate. It's proven to help you reduce the extra bathroom trips, reduce getting up at night to urinate, and take back control. Get Super Beta Prostate.
Canada's World Cup journey continues in the round of 32. Well, it's now with home in a showdown with South Africa.
This is a World Cup, as Vitalis means everything for these players. Such intensity.
FIFA World Cup, round of 32 on TSN, CTV, and Crave.
This is a moment for this country.
TSN is your home for complete coverage of the FIFA World Cup 2026, and we are the hub for everything Canada. Visit tsn.ca and the TSN app for extended match highlights, the best moments from the tournament, as well as daily game previews, player interviews, post reports, and analysis of every match.
First win at a World Cup? Check. First win at a World Cup? Check. First time in the knockout stage at a World Cup? Check. And while Canada's group play ended on a losing note, pushing the team to head out on the road to LA for Sunday's round of 32 match, there is a silver lining, as Canada's opponent, South Africa, actually sits below them in the FIFA World Rankings. Matthew Shinetti has the latest from Vancouver.
Canada's men closed out their time in Vancouver with a final training session play. A wet and soggy Vancouver goodbye seems fitting after a near glorious 2 weeks of lifetime memories made in the West Coast sunshine. Now, back to the familiar, on the road in the United States for the knockout rounds of tournament play. Only Canada's men relying on each other. The last 2 weeks here in Vancouver have been both unprecedented and unexpected. But what Canada goes to now outwardly can seem a lot more challenging because they won't have the home comforts of being a host nation. But Jesse Marsh said on Thursday that although he's not looking forward to leaving the energy of Vancouver, he is looking forward to leaving the heightened home attention that can bring heightened expectations and heightened demands. And in that, he's expressing Canada's inward mentality. And that's itinerant and self-reliant.
I'm going to say prefer, but we really like the hostile environment. We really like, away crowd because, it just gives you that extra motivation to prove all the fans around you wrong. But I think in general, for us, it's just been over the last 2 years. We've been in 2 tournaments together. So we've done Copa together. We did Gold Cup as well. So I think it's just growing together and, failing together, succeeding together. I think all those things kind of grew together to put us in the position that we're in now to head into a knockout game at a World Cup. To be fair, I wouldn't say it has a lot to do with us against them. I think for us, it's always just been us. That's all that mattered. Like the guys in the locker room and going to play with those guys, and the results they go our way. Sometimes they don't, but at the end of the day, I think it's just the love that we have being around each other and playing with each other. I think that's really what our motivation is. Going out, competing, representing our country, and now we're in a knockout phase of a World Cup, and it's exactly where we want to be. So yeah, it's just about going out there, competing and winning games. So yeah, we're all super excited and looking forward to it.
Joined once again by our soccer analyst, Christian Jack. KJ, you and I have been on the road with the Canadian men's national team in some hostile environments in the United States, and yet it appeals to the characteristic that Jesse Marsh wants to have with this team, which is, as I've already mentioned, that traveler's siege mentality. They only rely on themselves.
When you think about the success in Copa America in 2024,
it came a little bit earlier than many people expected, including them, and that their incredible rise to get to the semi-finals. I think they look back and they certainly want to find a way to try and get that back again, Matthew. I think when you speak to a place today, we spoke to Daniela Uche, Taejon Buchanan. I know Taejon got hurt in that tournament, but he wasn't shy in saying that they know what it takes and what that tournament defined when that, obviously. Then there's the difficult moments, is there not? Obviously, we go back to SoFi where Alfonso Davies got hurt and it didn't go well against Mexico in the Nations League. And then, let's be honest, a disaster last year in the Gold Cup when we were in Minneapolis and we got knocked out in the quarterfinals on penalties. So I think they've had a range of emotions, but they know what tournament-style football is like, and they're not afraid to go to those hostile environments, as you alluded to. It's been different here. They've called it a circus. It's been in many ways heartwarming. They've had so many Canadians behind them. But they have those experiences now, 3 of them in the last 2 years, that they're certainly leaning on as they fly this out.
Yeah, they are a team that likes to do it the hard way. And something else attending over Russia, we said today, when I asked him about how does this team avoid starting a game passive, and we pushed back on that a little bit. We talked about characters, that they need to have characters step up in big moments. This is different than a Copa America or a Gold Cup. So how does this team, knowing that they have that traveler's shoes mentality, how do they have to adapt emotionally differently to what's ahead against South Africa?
I wasn't surprised by Tanya's point when he touched back on you a little bit. The strikers union, they look after each other, Matthew, a little bit. And I go there because I think he's thinking about himself, but Kyle Laren and Jonathan David, and the need for fast starts. Alistair Johnson told me yesterday, as a leader, I think I maybe need to remind him just a little bit more at the start of halves that we need to get that. And why is that important? Because you might just need that one goal, that one moment. Remember this, when Canada scored first, they're 14 wins and 4 draws, no losses. And it feels like that in a World Cup game. The numbers are stacked so against teams that go behind. We saw it, that the hill became too difficult to climb against the Swiss when we gave up those 2 goals. So I think to answer your question, it's the fast starts. It's relying on David and Laren to get that big goal in a big moment.
Big moment. This team has had so many of them, but the next thing when we talk about history is this, winning a knockout round game. And they're going to have to do it the way they've done it before, in the U.S. on the road.
Challenge accepted. 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific.
You might love pizza, sweets, and a drink or two. Unfortunately, your liver doesn't. Staying active and eating right help make your liver healthy. And Active Liver from New Nordic provides an easy, delicious way to help support healthy liver function. Active Liver uses a perfect combination. Your daily wellness routine. Shop Active Liver online or at select retailers.
This is the story of Gavin, an amateur topiarist who became such a viral sensation that he changed careers and never looked back. Another decision he didn't second guess? Getting Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance. Prescription allergy pills? Covered. Physiotherapy after a tough day of shrubbery? Covered. With comprehensive coverage from Manulife Cover Me, you can get on with what?
You saved over $100 a night on Trivago.
They got their tactics right.
Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $310 a night, and boom, $200.
Trivago just makes it look easy. World class.
Score your own deal on Trivago when you compare hotel prices and save up to 35%.
That's what winning looks like.
Hotel Trivago.
Don't let heat waves make your bedroom a little too steamy.
Beat the heat with 25% off almost everything, like mattresses, pillows, sheets, and more. For a limited time, only at Sleep Country.
Stay cool, Canada.
Every home is a self-portrait. This is Marianne. Where colorful is an understatement. Here's your home portrait. Home Sense.
Wendy's pickle menu is a collab with me. Pickle! Canada's best pickle and the goat of all pickle menus. Iconic. The classic chicken and the spicy. Look at all those pickles on there. Come on! Wendy's new pickle menu is served.
Asbestos has been commonly known to be a dangerous product for over 40 years.
Exposure can lead to mesothelioma, a deadly cancer that can take decades to develop.
Miskin Law fights for Canadian mesothelioma victims to get maximum compensation.
Contact Miskin Law today.
So Gavin McKenna becomes the third Maple Leaf in history to be selected first overall. He joins Austin Matthews and Wendell Clark as the only other players to receive the honor. McKenna is also the fifth player to be taken first overall out of college. And the third in the last 6 drafts. For more on the NHL draft, was like when he officially became a Maple Leaf.
It was amazing. It was kind of surreal. You know, I was just sitting right behind here watching Justin Bieber. For something that Commissioner Gary Bettman gestures at McKenna. McKenna realizes he's the first overall pick. In truth, he'd actually gotten a call from John Chaika, the GM of the Leafs, a few moments before that to give him a heads up. But what a moment. You know, McKenna had chosen Yukon, a Justin Bieber song, as his walk-up music to pay tribute to his home territory. He's a big Bieber fan, and then all of a sudden Bieber announces him as the pick. That song plays, he walks up there, is greeted by Bieber. What a moment for Gavin McKenna, and it was really quite something in this building.
Yeah, nice homage for him there. He joins a forward group that includes William Nylander, John Tavares, and Austin Matthews. Mark, what did McKenna have to say about his captain?
Well, Matthews had a video message to McKenna, which Bieber introduced while they were on stage together. So that was kind of a cool moment, too, as Matthews said, you know, welcome to the Leafs organization. We are trying to write that next great chapter for this franchise, and you're going to be a big part of it. I thought it was really interesting. People together really complement each other well. He's a pass first guy. Matthews is a shoot first guy. He thinks they could be dynamite. He knows he has to earn it, but he did not shy away from that, and he has not shied away from the fact that he's going to face pressure. He noticed all the blue Maple Leaf jerseys in the crowd here. Many of them already have McKenna on the back. He said it's a great market to play in when you're playing well. He's embracing it all. He says this is a great opportunity for himself, so he is embracing everything that comes.
To the second round of the KPMG Women's PGA Championship, and here's Smith Falls, Ontario's Brooke Henderson, who started on the back, coach on 16, not bad at all. Her ensuing putts, it's in there. Second birdie of the day, Henderson looking for the third major championship of her career. Let's go to the fourth now. Brooke looking to complete the up and down for par, but that one's just short.
From a premium thing riding up or constant adjusting. The match.
Nordic. Only New Nordic uses a proprietary extract ratio of this naturally derived wonder spice in a delicious mango flavor.
Season for the new.
the next half an hour, we're going to be spotlighting some of the best shots, historic feats, dazzling dunks, heated rivalries, and much more from the WNBA. I'm wearing my tempo jacket, okay? It's a special occasion. And talk about ice in your...
Fourth quarter of game 3. 4 seconds. Your next group. Wales to trigger in. Gets it to Bull. Will get it off to Jeff. Game 3 belongs to Baltimore.
The shot courtesy
Firsts. So many firsts. Adventures, all-nighters, two stories of lessons. First time realizing they won't be a kid forever. Make their firsts their own with Mito, the money app built for growing up.
Matt, what are you doing wearing that old school fishnet line? Bathing suit? Chicken for no reason. Yeah, but all bathing suits do the same thing. That's exactly why we created Weave. The man-made swimsuit has a built-in box replaner that stays in place, prevents chafing, and it dries fast. Tell them the pouch. And there's a pouch that keeps the voice comfortable and supportive. Oh, wow, it's sort of first. No. Just some of the book. The man-made swim short. Functional comfort.
Have you ever walked into a room and forgotten why you went there? Or do you ever experience brain fog? Introducing Clear Brain by New Nordic. Improve your memory, enhance your cognitive function, and help protect against cell damage. Cognitive health supplement. Order it online at newnordic.ca and Amazon. Also available at local pharmacy retailers.
Allergy congestion hits me hard. That's why I Navage.
Navage flushes out allergens, mucus, and germs, even 99% of viruses, in just 30 seconds. Preferred by millions, trusted by doctors. There's only one Navage. With Manulife Cover Me insurance, Molly and Sid are covered for everything from sensitive teeth, prescription meds for high blood pressure, relaxing massage, and pre-existing conditions like diabetes. Call 1-877-COVER-ME.
Think about Lauren Jackson, the recipient of many.
Candace Parker offering her congratulations immediately. And the whole building standing. Busloads of fans came over from Phoenix.
Let's hear it for the WNBA 3 all-time point leader, Diana Taurasi.
Got it open left. This is got to be the lane straight away. Buster starts it up the left lane. What's he gonna do?
What a moment. Lisa Leslie throws down the first dunk in WNBA history on July 30th, 2002. Candace Parker was certainly motivated by that, so much so that she had a dazzling dunk in consecutive games.
Carroll drives over the right wing. Tried to pass low pitch, stolen by Parker. She's got a breakaway. Takes it up and to the hole. To that James. She's got the second and third player to jump in a regular season game. 24-point Sky lead. You can give her up going through.
Well, it saved us over 1,200 hours in administrative labor. That's a tremendous savings for a nonprofit organization.
Float is the all-in-one finance platform built for Canada's fastest growing companies.
We're a decentralized organization, so our teams manage their own revenues and expenses. For Float, manual expense reports were taking up a lot of time. We now have one location where we can reference all the different receipts, all the backup support.
Unfortunately, your liver doesn't. Staying active and eating right help make your liver healthy. And Active Liver from New Nordic provides an easy... delicious way to help support healthy liver function. Active Liver uses a perfect combination of high-quality ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke. Active Liver is scientifically backed to support healthy liver function. So, keep staying active, eating right, and add Active Liver to your daily wellness routine. Shop Active Liver online or at select retailers.
There's a reason Envy is Canada's best mattress. You get a 365-night trial, a 15-year warranty, and the kind of comfort and support loved by over 1 million happy sleepers. Upgrade your sleep now at envy.com. Allergy congestion hits me hard. That's why I'm Navage.
Navage flushes out allergens, mucus, and germs, even 99% of viruses, in just 30 seconds. Preferred by millions, trusted by doctors. There's only one Navage.
This is Gavin. Cover Me or visit coverme.com to get a quote today.
The World Cup 2026 live on and the summer offer can't miss. Plus, the TSN app takes you inside the tournament, delivering 24/7 coverage. And you can even watch every match in a local language of the competing team. TSN, home of the FIFA World Cup. Get 3 months of TSN for $59.99. Offer ends July 20th. Subscribe now.
Welcome back to the show, friends. All right, some highlights to some lighthearted moments because, hey, sports are fun and you gotta roll with it sometimes. Here are some funny moments from the WNBA.
Citron blocked inside, goes in, bounces to Ariafen, and she was hit in the face. Sisterhood. You gotta love it. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh. I feel cartoon. Get a cartoon bug pop up.
It is. It's gonna be. And if I try to harp it, of course, because I want this win so bad for my team, it's like, of course, in the front, how you so like I just really learned to be patient with myself, but also my teammates, and so I think that game kind of showed it.
That's gonna go by.
Sparky the dog gets taken out by a performer doing backflips. Oh, good news is...
But just our top mascot moment showed that looked like it hurt, switching gears now to some notable All-Star Game moments. And yeah, you guessed it, Sabrina Ionescu is front and center. You're welcome.
This is ridiculous! How's this arena closing? Sabrina Ionescu is putting up a monster final round. Wow! She finished rules! Sabrina Ionescu! Goodness! This is incredible! Sabrina Ionescu! You've had the greatest performance we have ever seen in this nation! It is not a mistake!
Business doesn't wait for someday, and neither do we. As Canadians, we know it's not just your business, it's your future, and it matters. It's a foundation your neighbors depend on, and supports the life you're building. Wherever you are in Canada, Merchant Growth backs your small business dreams with financing that fits your business's reality. Because when your business grows, Canada grows with you. Merchant Growth, proud to do what's next.
No matter your aquatic preference, whether it's chilling by the pool, swimming in a lake, or clear ocean water, we created the most comfortable, functional bathing suit. Introducing the man-made swim short, made from a premium fabric that stretches with your every move and dries quickly. But my favorite part, the inner liner. It's like our boxer brief. It contours and supports the voice and stays in place. So no more chafing, riding up, or constant adjusting. The man-made swim short, functional comfort.
As you age, your vision may change and your eyes may start to suffer. If you're struggling with cataracts or age-related macular degeneration, we can help maintain your eyesight. New Nordic's Blueberry Strong Tablet contains European blueberries and lutein, the marigold flower, to help improve macular pigment optical density and help maintain eyesight in conditions such as AMD and cataracts. Blueberry Strong from New Nordic.
Everything like mattresses, pillows, sheets, and more for a limited time. Only at Sleep Country. You can clearly see where he needs to improve. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com to get a quote today.
How do you redefine greatness now that you've actually redefined it? Ooh. That's a good question, man. You spent me. You should have answered that. You didn't. See, I would still say banners, but I think greatness is, it's who you are. Like, that's true greatness. Like, this group here, we were battle tested, right, man? From top to bottom, battle tested. And we showed up to work every single day with the mind of being great.
They're both legends in the WNBA. Storm Mercury Super presented with a pair of custom kits by Diana Taurasi. The duo won an NCAA championship, 5 EuroLeague titles, and
It's your turn.
I get to wear the crown for a
You
little
get to
bit?
wear it, yeah.
Okay. I'm very excited.
Nice. Pick it up late in the second, slowing down 3 birds, finds Brianna Stewart for the pull-up jumper. The WNBA all-time assist leader had 4 dimes in the half, tied at 42 at the break. All right, let's go to the fourth. Mercury down 2. Tarasi drives to the bucket for the hoop and the harm. Tarasi gives Phoenix the lead and wasn't done there.
Gets it back to Tarasi.
Tarasi in her 500th career regular season game finishes with 28 points, 7 dimes, and 7 boards as Phoenix takes it.
I mean, honestly, we hung out a little bit last night. Went over to Dee's house, saw her family, hang out with Penny, the kids. And the only thing we talked about was, oh my God, remember that night in, who knows what year, like 2010 when you did X, Y, and Z. Those are the memories I think that we take with us.
Whether we played against each other, with each other, it's been an incredible ride. And, you know, in any profession, when you get to do something with your best friend, it's one. Tonight, put, you know, a third quarter together. After that, 3 quarters of that. The offense is track, defense is track. One team is control and one team is not. One team is 3 steps behind and one team is not. They got all the 50-50 ball. I mean, they busted our ass in every foul road. Here's the truth. No 2 bones about it. One of the worst games I've ever seen. I think it was pretty obvious that stuff was brewing, right? When the officials don't get control of the ball game, when they allow that stuff to happen, and it's been happening all season long. This is what happens, right? This is what happens. You've got competitive women who are the best in the world at what they do, right? And when you allow them to play physical and you allow these things to happen, they're going to compete, and they're going to have their teammates back. It's exactly what you expect. The game is fast now. Things are happening quickly. Everybody's getting better, except the officials. So we got to find a way to remedy it.
The Las Vegas Aces celebrating their 3rd WNBA championship in the last 4 years. And Jewel Boyd requesting a trade before the season. Couldn't have imagined this.
I got a call. I don't know where you're going to go. Then a couple hours later, it was like, you're going to Vegas. Hold on.
I can see on this blue spirit gun, and I'm going to present you for 2025. He is WNBA Rookie of the Year. Congratulations.
joined now by sideline reporter and host of PSN's The Ship, Kayla Gray. Kayla, you can be on the show.
You see me on the show with Marissa Roberto.
And then we're so excited because we get to talk WNBA, obviously, all show. But you have a unique experience because you were in this, okay? You know what's happening. So I need to know, who is your Mount Rushmore, first of all, of WNBA?
This is really, really hard. Okay. Candace Parker, Maya Moore, kind of a tie between Cynthia Cooper and Tamika Catching. Cheryl Swoops is also on there. And guys, I know it's early, but let's get the party started. Amy Wilson is on my Mount Rushmore because she's just that girl.
Okay, I feel like we cheated a little bit there because you added an extra.
It's fine.
Yeah, okay, but
we do what we want at this show.
We are going to move on because we have to talk about the tempo. I know you see what I'm wearing today.
You guys have to see the nails too. Marissa is
know.
all decked out. Toronto Tempo.
Thanks for noticing. I do want to know what you think the Toronto Tempo will do to the actual WNBA landscape.
I think what it does is it introduces an incredible country to an entire fan base. Yes, there have already been fans in the WNBA, but we've seen the sold-out games after sold-out games whenever they've been held preseason, regular season. This fan base will show out. All I can promise for when this team does come into the fold is lots of movement. Lots of movement in the WNBA.
It's exciting because I was a season ticket holder. The second that the PWHL moved to Canada, like moved here in Toronto, I made sure to buy tickets. Like, I feel like you're going to be all over this too. Like, you know when season tickets are going on sale.
I bought myself some regular season tickets as well. But I think what's most interesting is with the expansion comes so much movement with players. And I think only just 2 players that we're going to actually know for sure that is a Toronto Tempo choice. So with expansion, with players also only signing 1-year deals last season, everything is up for the air. Everyone just buckle in because this is going to be one of the best off-season that we've seen in a very long time.
I love it. This has been spicy. We're going to be on our toes the whole time.
Yeah.
So obviously this league is becoming increasingly popular, and you know that I love to see it. So what do you think is the next evolution for the WNBA?
Oh, I don't know. What's next? I think more teams, more fan engagement, more personality, which is, I think, something that the W gives that we lack so much in sport, is that behind the curtain look of the personality and just the opportunity for women to go out there and not only just have the best product on the court, but be the best people in society as well.
No, it's true because they are outspoken. You love seeing a lot of those pressers too. You don't see that a lot in sports.
We're probably never going to see a live stream like we saw for WNBA All-Star Weekend again. However, keep it coming if it's available.
You know, we love this spice. Kayla Gray, thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks for having me.
Always a special day when we get a cameo from the one and only Kayla Gray that rhymes to you know it's real. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Tradition is king. Wimbledon on PSN begins Monday.
It is one of 3 home games for the Toronto Tempo at Scotiabank Arena this season, hosting the Phoenix Mercury fans, hoping to witness another special performance like the 53 points of history we saw Thursday night from Marina Mabrey.
It's crazy. She has irrational confidence.
Potential for another chance, Marina Mabrey not. 7 points already. This is as good an individual performance as I've ever seen.
Fans expected to be in attendance today at Scotiabank Arena for a little Saturday afternoon tip between the Phoenix Mercury and the Toronto Tempo. The Tempo offense has been on absolute fire lately, putting up 125 points against the LA Sparks last time out. Everybody was contributing. Maria Condé pouring in 13 points. We had Julie Allemon with 14 assists on that night also with 13 points. And of course, everybody is well we got to start with the history that we witnessed last time out on Thursday. Marina Mabry tying the WNBA single game scoring record with 53 points, also tying a record with 9 threes in that game. We're going to go through the whole slew, the whole list of history that was made over the course of that roster, but let's talk about just what a monumental night that was for Marina Mabry.
Wait, these are franchise records. We're talking about league records out of Marina Mabry on a franchise expansion team. She showed exactly why you brought her in here. This is a type of player who really can change a game, but she can really change an entire franchise. You've got an entire country behind the Toronto Tempo, and when you've got a player like Marina Mabry who's doing incredible things like this day in and day out, you got a lot to be excited about.
I don't think people realize as well. I mean, you can go as far as talking about this is somebody that was unprotected in the expansion draft, and the Temple picked her up from the Connecticut Sun and was able to sign her to a longer-term deal. But there's been criticism about too much money in this backcourt, and this is a first-year team overall. This is a brand new franchise. A lot of the time, we're just looking at getting your legs under you.
Responsibility not likely. You see when she hangs out with her teammates how much in that, even in the last game, they really wanted to support her. She puts her career high before the fourth quarter even started last game. And what she was able to do to step into that moment and really perform missing the likes of a big player like Brittany Sykes, who was third in WNBA scoring, leaving. She took on this responsibility and she did it with style, great with emotion. You've got a team there that's just so excited to play around her. She went 17 for 28 from the field. It was high volume, but it was very efficient. 9 for 18 from that three-point line, breaking so many records and getting her team to rally behind her. And the crowd was crazy behind her.
And you said it, she's been doing it without the likes of Brittany Sykes, who's been out for 3 games now. Over those 3 games, without her backcourt partner, she's put up 113 points. Right? How is Mabry doing that?
Every which way. Mabry's been so effective at all 3 levels on the floor. So we're going to take a look here at how effective she's really been. You'll see in some of these possessions, this here can play a little bit of check. She finds a way to collect herself and get her legal step back up. That's what she's been so good at all season long. She's got to lead the WNBA in step back threes. And then here in transition, she's able to attack the basket either in position or in isolation. Something that would be missing with the likes of Brittany Sykes. So her stepping into that role has been really important. Her using her bigs here, a little bit of a broken play, but a pull up from the jump, from the free throw up. Being able to play in that mid-range space really hard in the WNBA. And then of course here, another space step back from the three-point line. She is so hard to guard. Here, catch and shoot 3 again. When you're able to shoot 3 from so many different positions and avenues on the floor, it gives you so much. And here, you're getting a little bit of a push up the lane and a low ball play of Marina Mabry. When you get that type of offensive productivity at every level, there is no way that you can defend that all night long. So she's just been so impressive.
And how about another record? Her 32 minutes in that game were right into that.
Marina, after a historic night, you talked about turning the page quickly. How does that look for you personally?
Just not getting too high, not getting too low, and remembering what aggression it takes for us to come out and have that good first quarter that helps us give us a chance to win. So just keeping that to be the main focus.
What is the main focus in starting early in that first quarter immediately?
Yeah. I mean, I think just making sure that they don't see opening lanes. Like, this is a good team when it comes to getting in the paint and then also kick out for 3. So we got to be on it. We got to be stunting, gapping, bracketing, and making sure that they don't get to see clean open looks. And on the opposite end, run as fast as we can. Big picture, like, this is going to be one of the biggest crowds in women's basketball history. So just being grateful to be a part of that and for all the players that came before us to make this happen. So we're going to put on a good show. Like, people are coming out here to see us. They're giving women's basketball the light that it deserves. So now we need to go out and do our part. That's a black thing. Thank you. Thanks.
And how about even more history for you? The tempo, in addition to what Marina Mabry was able to do, Toronto as a team scored the most points in a WNBA regulation game in history with their 125 points against the Sparks. And after the assist on that night as well.
So when Kiki Rice went down, you know, there were questions. Julie was hurt, but she was the point guard to start this year. And Julie Alman showed exactly why they went out and got her as well. She's such a steady point guard, very high basketball IQ. She has the ability to kind of settle down the offense, to see where the ball needs to go. She's sharing with the poster. She knows how to get her teammates in effective places to score. She gets 2 feet in the key. She can look for an open shooter. And Conde or Mabry, she sets the tone defensively, but we can't forget how great of a defender Julie Alman is. 14 assists with 0 turnovers means you know exactly how to take care of the ball, and that's a very hard stat line from a point guard position.
And it seems like, I mean, Marina Mabry has been kind of the constant throughout the season. She's getting the points up, but each and every game, someone different is contributing, especially when you consider all the injuries in and out of this roster, whether it's the bench, whether it's a starter, whether it's a fluxing in and out of the starting lineup. Maria Conde has been one of those players. She was very good on Thursday against the Sparks, 13.7 rebounds, but really it's been the last 5 games. She's been in double digits all but one of those games.
Cindy Brondell actually talked about her from the start of the year. She said, you know, the one that I think is going to surprise you is going to be Maria Conde. Just because over here in North America, we had teams play. We didn't know how good she really could be. She's got a great European career. She was a very good spot-up shooter. She's tall in that guard position, so she gives you a little bit of different here. She can play in the forward position or step out to that. She gives you a lot of different dimensions from that guard position. She's, again, very consistent spot-up shooter. So as the game evolves for Maria Conde, she steps into this WNBA. She's a 28-year-old rookie, right? We forget sometimes that these people haven't played in this league, at this space, with these referees and with this type of physicality. She gets better and better as the game goes on.
They just seem to feed off each other and thrive in these different roles. Another bit of history we saw on Thursday was the Toronto Tempo tying a single season record in a game with 20 threes. Obviously, Marina Mabry's 9 threes certainly helped that, but everyone's contributing. 3 from Conde, 3 from Alman, 2 from Yushkaina. Even Harrison got in with 1. Kita had 2 off the bench. This team is collectively shooting the lights out from the three-point line.
Wes said it very early in the season. This team is going to live and die by the 3. And I don't know, it looks like that so far. They're very effective in the three-point line when they can shoot from every position. You've got more 4s and 5s your entire front court being able to step out there and knock down the 3 ball. When you can do that from every position on the floor, you cause defenses to step out and respect you. They've gotten way better in their offensive positions. They're able to swing the ball a little bit more. They're getting some more ball movement. They're giving up a good shot for a great shot. It's getting easier looks on the outside. And when you're knocking it down collectively, when everyone is a threat from outside that 3-point line, they can outscore anyone.
Cindy Brondell is so heavy-handed to talk about how it's got to be a defense-first team, but she's got to be very happy with her strength and performing. So when she spoke pre-game, she talked about how we do need to turn the page and have another good performance today.
Last game is the last game. We have to turn the page. That's what I said to him yesterday. It was amazing. We were so happy for Marina, but so happy for how we played and the connections. You see the fun. You know, there's a lot of joy. Every game's different, isn't it? Some games are really hard and they're a struggle, but you know what? Can you control? So I'm like, okay, that was yesterday. We got to focus on Phoenix, a team that is beat up. You know, we've been in these situations before, missing some key players, but they're the most dangerous ones. So it's just more of a focus. You know, the veterans spoke up. We can't, you know, lose this opportunity. We've got to come out and play. Like we got off to a good start in the last game, and that helped us. We've got to get off to a good start here and playing. And you know, we're in a new arena. We're in this big arena, and we want to go out and put on a good show. But knowing it's still going to be hard, regardless of who's playing and who's not playing.
All right, on the Mercury side of things, they are going to be playing without Alyssa Thomas, their best player, who was suspended for 1 game and was fined $1,000 for. How would you describe this? A fist to the throat of Caitlin Clark? No call on the play on the court, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a referee in the WNBA right now. There's a lot that's being said and talked about. That's a call you got to make watching the video back. But them playing without Alyssa Thomas in this game is a huge loss, right? She just does so much for this squad. She's the emotional leader, the physical leader. Obviously, physicality is part of her game. You're going to see this again and why this suspension was called. No call on that play. Like, that's tough. Yeah,
when you look it back, it's kind kind of egregious in that moment for sure.
You can see why Stephanie White was upset in her presser and why she's getting this single game suspension. But again, they rely on her so much, Phoenix Mercury, that this is going to be a tough loss for them this game.
I mean, if you look at the stats for the Mercury throughout the season, Alyssa Thomas's name is all over it. And she's second in rebounds, first in minutes played, second on the team in points per game, first in assists. She's certainly going to be a massive loss for them here today. But now let's head down courtside where Matt Cullen and Amy Audebert join us. Matt Cullen's very first game with us at the Temple.
All right, here we go. Should be great. And Amy, let's dig into this matchup here because the Toronto Temple have an opportunity now to play with some size, but finally their bigs healthy here.
Yeah, you have to believe this is the vision, the front court vision when this front office looked to assemble their team. All three completely different, all three capable of contributing at a very high level. Miara Stalling has been excellent, averaging 12 points and 5 rebounds, but I'm so impressed with her defensive ability to get out and hedge screens on the perimeter. She's also a pretty great shot blocker inside too, and so there you go, you get a look at it there. Demi, that's Izzy Harrison to Temi. See, there's your double post right there. That's what you want to see, but Temi's long. She's starting to come into her own. The last three averaging 11 and 6. Then Izzy Harrison, who will go toe-to-toe with anybody in this league in terms of her toughness, but she's a vet and she's efficient, and it's really nice to see all three of these women contributing together on the court.
Special game here, the first time that the Temple are playing inside Scotiabank Arena. This is the team that plays fast. Third in fast break points this year, Amy. I know you're expecting some tempo for this game here.
That's the first time I've heard that.
I had to do it.
And you know what the fascinating thing is, the Toronto Temple, top 3 in the league in fast break points per game. They're getting 92 points a game, which means they're finding ways to get out and run off of misses and makes. So they're tough to keep up with, and because of their depth and they're all on the same page, connected when they run, sprinting to get in the corners, the discipline to get out, they're tough to stop because their second unit comes in and they don't slow down. They really have to, if you don't go against the second.
Just a little bit. Already very loud down here on the court. Can't wait for tip-off. Kara, back to you.
Thanks, guys. We're looking forward to it as well. After 53 points in 32 minutes Thursday, what does Marina Mabry have in store for an encore? I have a funny feeling she's going to enjoy playing in front of 16,000 fans at Scotiabank Arena.
Hello, summer at Chelsea, where the patio is abundant, the drinks are worth staying for, and the food is indulgent and full of flavor. I've kept our new lobster roll for a limited time. Only at Chelsea.
We know that the remarkable happens when East meets West. Alive, shared passions, creative pursuits, and here is you too can discover the remarkable where East meets West.
When your gut is off, so is everything else. Restore Fiber Gummies give you extra fiber, and it's a prebiotic to help grow healthy bacteria in your gut. To help things run smoothly, it's not just fiber, it's Restore Fiber.
When you don't order furniture from Wayfair, it's natural to wonder what if. Like, what if your friend Charles hates it?
I hate it.
With Wayfair, you don't have to wonder what if.
That Wayfair sofa is fresh. These chips, stay on.
Most of us drive the same roads every day. But what if we all led to something new? From wonder and discovery. The moments that matter, that bring us closer to big ideas and bigger dreams. That's why we're excited to welcome Shelf Plus, bringing to you snacks, car wash, and more for all the ways you can earn and redeem credits, so you can make every week.
Buck Martinez here with the Buck & Inch deal by Pizza. Get a 12-inch medium two-topper for $12, 14-inch, $14, a huge 18-inch, $18. Buck & Inch, only at Pizza.
Sport Territory.
We're exactly where we want to be. Now let's go for it.
Canada's World Cup journey continues in the round of 32.
The World Cup work that this team to the Olympics.
Where it's now win or go home in a showdown with South Africa.
This is a little job. Every challenge means everything to these players. Such intensity.
FIFA World Cup, round of 32 on TSN, CTV, and Crave.
This is a moment for this country.
Imagine if your paid spot was always nice. Your usual? Perfect. Your friends? Right on time. As for your investment, well, imagine if everything was as good as gold.
You are willing to do what must be done, but not for themselves, for others. They are the demons, and they drink a really good light beer, slimming clear to what real ones know.
Be doctor about the Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sunset.
The government of Canada is bringing down your costs so you can get ahead. We're helping you with an income tax cut, blockbuster dental care, affordable childcare, the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, and tax savings on your first home. Learn about these and other ways to help you get ahead. Canada.ca/getting ahead. Is that trench coat from the wrist and up? Is this women's fitting? I love those shoes. Anyone paying full price for anything? Stop wondering. Start winning.
This is Julie and Jeremy, CIBC clients and designers. Their ambition was to go all in with their side hustle, a clothing brand to celebrate the land they love. But money.
We were already so excited.
That's when their advisor came in. CIBC understood what was at stake for them and gave them the confidence to take the leap. Proof that with a great idea and the right advice, anything is possible. What's holding your ambitions back? Let's take the next step together. CIBC, ambitions made real.
It's back and more delicious than ever. A crispy chicken sandwich made with Tim's crispy chicken sandwich. A new take on an old fave.
Sounds like Ojo time. Feel the fun with all the latest slots and live casino games with no wagering requirements. Groovy.
Domino's best deal ever. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for only $13.99. Your favorite pizza at our best price. It's Domino's best deal ever, but it's not forever. So order now. Limbo.
Your baby doesn't love you.
You are willing to do what must be done, but not for themselves, for others. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer, slimming clear to what real ones know.
Your eyes go through a lot, like staring at those things on the way to work every day.
So check their healthy with an eye exam at Specsavers from $99, which includes an advanced OCT eye health scan.
You know, I've seen an alien. Really? No.
Hey, it's me, your skin. CeraVe, what your skin craves.
It's back and more delicious than ever. A crispy chicken sandwich made with Tim's crispy chicken sandwich. A new take on an old fave.
mean, the pace was amazing. Okay, the great pace. There were so many good things today. First of all, Jill, a career high in 14. I love when you shoot that like that, being confident, you're going, that was fantastic, but also defensively. So well done, well done. Maria, you did a great job too. Everybody did a good job. We have rebounded from 52 to 30.
Coach Fondello obviously very happy with her team's performance in their win against the Sparks on Thursday. We have talked a ton about what Marina Mabry did in that game. It's really almost for history of her own, becoming the first WNBA player to record 10-plus points, 10-plus assists on 1,000% field goal shooting with 0 turnovers in a game. Here she is with our own Reagan Subak.
Julie, what's the atmosphere like in the locker room ahead of playing at Scotiabank Arena for the first time this season?
Of course, we're excited, really excited. I hope it's going to be a full gym tonight. It's going to be really important for us to help us to get the win.
Sandy has talked about how much more comfortable you have been within the system. Where has your game progressed the most in the last few weeks?
I think just the pace. I know I can bring a lot to this team, and the pace is the most important. And I think the last game, I was able to just be myself on the court, and so it means playing hard in defense, and then with the pace, playing offense, pass the ball. I think, when you have Marina, like last game, you just want to pass her the ball, so then it makes my job easier. But yeah, just be myself on the court. I think that's the most important. I need to stop overthinking. Just be aggressive. I think that's what the coach is asking from me. Be aggressive, don't overthink, and just play your game.
As a team, what does a complete 40-minute game look like to you?
Playing hard in defense. I think especially for us, it's hard in defense. We need to be aggressive, especially from the beginning of the game. We know that when we lost the games, it's because of the first 5 minutes. So it's going to be really important today, the first 5 minutes at the beginning of the game, but then also playing 40 minutes. They're going to make some runs sometimes, but just stay together, stay as a team, keep passing the ball, keep playing hard, keep pushing the pace, and then it's going to work.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Julia's ready, and the fans are ready as they continue to funnel into Scotiabank Arena for this afternoon tip against the Mercury. Who does Wes Chang think will be a difference maker today? Well, here he is, setting the pick.
Marina Mabry is doing the heavy lifting for the Temple as a shot maker, and that trend should continue. As Toronto remains short-handed on the perimeter with Kiki Rice and Brittany Sykes out of the lineup. The Mercury are having a season from hell after making the finals last year. They're just 6-13 this season and take a slew of absences for today's game.
When you have teammates that have your back and are literally passing up open layups to pass to you at the three-point line, that's an elite level of trust.